it's another. If it's not one thing, it's another. I got some news to report tonight, and I need everybody to plug in on this. Now, how you guys doing? Bump that. This video right here is going to talk about 3 black mothers. 3 black mothers. And I have to ask, because I don't know. What I'm seeing in these streets and what I'm hearing on the news day after day. And I want to know, do y'all care about black mamas? Huh? Do y'all care about black mamas? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. And I want to know, if you care about black mothers out in the world, please press 1. If you don't care about these black mamas, press 4. Let's see how honest she gonna be, because I'm convinced that y'all don't care about these black mothers. So 3 these black women on the screen, all 3 of them are black moms, okay? In their 20s. Didn't even make it to see their 30s. Damn. Ain't that sad? In their 20s, didn't even to make it to their 30s. Now, you know that's bad. You know that's bad. And all of them, people are, 2 of them that got taken out of here, as you guys can see from the title. 2 got taken out of here by the man they loved, and 1 of them is missing. And I don't want to have to say what I think it is, because the mom, she's out here and she's crying her eyes out, asking everybody, have you seen her daughter and her granddaughter? But they haven't seen that girl in years. And people feel like her baby daddy had a lot to do with it, you know? And he's somewhere over in another state living his best life with his new family. And we're going to talk about all of it, and I'm going to open up the phone lines because something is in the waters. And I need to hear y'all cry out. I need to know that y'all care about this, because I'm getting convinced that you don't. I am getting convinced that you do not care. So without further ado, you see, I'm trying to open up the phone line. The first lady we have on the screen right here, her case is going to go first. This is Coles. Have you guys heard of
your show now? Press 1
Kiera?
to hear important.
Your show is scheduled to start in 29 seconds.
I should have called these folks before I started this live, because this is just so irritating. But Kiera Coles, she is a young mother. She is missing. This happened a few years back, and she was pregnant.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds.
That's what
4,
we're talking about.
3, 2, 1.
I wish there was a way I can just mute that.
Blog Talk Radio.
And all these phones going off. Lord help me, Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna cut the phone off. You don't gotta worry about that ding, ding, ding. Okay, so the first lady is Kiera Coles. This case has been going on for a long time, and I want you guys to hear about this. And the next 2, they're going to be moms, and they got taken out of here by their baby daddy. They got taken out of here by their baby daddy. So let's listen to this first story, okay? Listen up.
We just want Kiera home.
It's both mystery and a tragedy.
I don't want to feel the worst.
A young girl in her 20s has everything to live for.
She go right there.
Video footage shows that she was walking toward and past her car.
I kept looking at the video all that night.
This may hold a clue to what happened to her.
Wednesday, October 3rd, 2018 was an unusually warm fall day in Chicago with a high of 88 degrees. In the Chatham neighborhood on the south side, Karen Phillips was feeling good. Her daughter Kiera was doing so well.
Any sense of that something was wrong?
No.
She was the star. She was the bright spot in this family.
Regina Waldrop, a veteran reporter for NBC5, was about to cover a story that would stay with her for years to come and bring back terrible memories of her own.
I was 11 years old, and I just remember how frantic my parents were.
Waldrop, now the mother of a young daughter herself, would soon develop a bond with Karen Phillips.
I connected with her immediately. She looked in my eyes and she said, "Regina, I haven't been sleeping. I don't want to eat. I don't want to close my eyes. I just want my daughter to come home."
Her daughter, Kiera Coles, was the fourth of Karen Phillips' 5 kids, each name beginning with the letter K. Kim, Keisha, Kendrick, and Kiana. But Kiera always seemed to run the show.
In charge of the other kids in your family?
Yeah. With her trying to always be in charge of everybody else's situation.
Karen describes her daughter as extremely driven, working 2 jobs, driving for Lyft and sorting mail for the post office part-time, trying hard to become a full-time postal employee.
She worked like 3 years temporarily at the post office. She kept saying, "I'm gonna go back every year till they hire me."
At age 26, Kiera had a checklist of things she wanted to accomplish.
I'm gonna save up, I'm gonna give me an apartment. She did that. I'm gonna give me a reliable car. She did that.
She was in love with a man she'd been dating for 6 years.
You see that? She was independent. She was a hard worker. You know, she was a hard worker, independent, had her own apartment, had her own good job. But what goes on in a lot of these ladies' lives? What goes wrong is when they get with these niggas. When they get with these niggas. When they get with these niggas. That's when it all goes to hell, when they get with these niggas. You don't notice that? They be fine, living their best life, but when they get with these niggas, let's play.
Do you think he was good for her?
Yeah. He had manners, just speaking and never raised his voice in my house.
And Karen says they were now 12 weeks pregnant with a baby Kiera couldn't wait to raise.
We was all excited for her to have a child. She was just so happy.
She showed off her ultrasound picture. No word on whether it was a boy or girl.
You were close?
Yes.
Talked every day?
Every day.
But on Wednesday, October 3rd, her phone didn't ring, and Karen's calls went unanswered starting at 8 a.m.
I knew it was something wrong when her phone kept going to voicemail.
She's an adult in her 20s. Is it possible she just went off on her own?
No. We was too close for her to just run off.
She says Kiera seemed happy and excited about the baby when they last spoke the night before, Tuesday around 7 p.m.
She was just saying that she wasn't going to work too hard because she don't want to endanger the baby, like having miscarriages.
Kiera had also been careful because she suffered from asthma, which she kept in check with an inhaler. Kiera was off work that day and said she planned to buy groceries. What if she collapsed carrying the bags inside?
Could you see in the window?
No, you couldn't see in the window.
Karen rushed to Kiera's place and banged on the door.
Could you hear anything inside?
Only the TV.
The TV was on, but nobody answered. Now very worried, she called Kiera's boyfriend to bring a key. She said he told her he didn't have one and had not seen Kiera all day, but would come over right away. She also called 911. When police arrived, they took the hinges off the door and went inside.
It was just empty.
Any sign of a struggle?
No.
Anything out of place?
No.
Just a TV left on, the groceries she purchased put away. Their attention turned outside where her car was usually parked. It wasn't there, but it was nearby.
Her car was down the street?
Down the street,
even
almost.
though there were open spots in front of the apartment?
Yeah. I found that kind of strange right in the beginning, but, so much was going on.
Why would she park down the street, especially when she had groceries to carry inside? They called the locksmith to open the car.
What do you see inside?
The purse and the cell phone. But the purse she was using for a lunch bag because it had prenatal vitamins, an apple, an orange, and a water.
Untouched, as though she were heading to work. But Karen found out later Kiera had called out sick and wasn't going to be working that day. Mom held her breath as they checked the trunk.
Anything inside?
All right, let's pause.
Like a work
Hold
jacket.
Let's pause and let's take it all in before we continue. What do y'all think about this case? What do y'all think about this case? And let's get the likes up. If you guys like for me to cover these type of stories. If it's important for us to cover these type of stories, we got to see the likes up. Now, so far we know on Tuesday, she was off. and she went grocery shopping. She was pregnant. She was excited about her baby. Wednesday, she was supposed to go to work, but she called off of work because she said she was sick. Understand? And Wednesday, that's when she went missing. That's when her mom, what was it, Tuesday? Either Tuesday or Wednesday, her mom was calling and couldn't find her, But this is getting strange. I want to see what you guys are saying in the comment section. I love these stories. Okay, well, like this video. Let's get these likes up. Hit that like button for MissGiGi. Thank y'all. Get these likes up. Get the word out. And I'm doing you guys a better one. I'm opening up the phone line so anybody can call in. Well, shit, can you call in? Anybody can. Anybody's supposed to be able to call in to talk about this case. But what is going on with the thing? Hold on. Why is it not working? It's always something. But it's just strange. And I want you guys to listen and see what the boyfriend did. The boyfriend did not go with the mom looking for the daughter. Do you know what that boyfriend did? They said the next day he went on vacation. They said the next week he decided to move in with his new girlfriend. Yeah, a new girlfriend, and they have kids together. So something is wrong. And we hear all the time how these girls are getting taken out of here when they're pregnant, and these men do not want the baby. How often do we hear these men do not want this baby? Okay, you're going to have to get off. All right, so the phone line worked. I don't know why I don't show the number. But feel free to call in, y'all. Okay, so let's continue on.
Pushing thing that they push the mail around in.
Again, nothing out of place. A life stopped in midstream. The news soon broke that a pregnant postal worker had disappeared without a trace.
Help bring my baby home.
A parent's desperate plea.
Thank you for stopping.
We went to the area, and there she was handing out flyers, and I approached her. I said, my name is Regina Waldrop. I want to tell the story about your daughter.
Waldrop did not tell Karen Phillips her older sister had gone missing back in 1983. Knowing the details would be too upsetting.
I was transported back to years ago. My sister had been drugged in a club, and she had been raped, and she was gone missing for 2 weeks.
Waldrop knew from her own experience that time is critical in every missing persons case. She was surprised to see Kiera's car still on the street.
It's down the street from her apartment. I'm with another reporter, and we look right in the car. We can see her purse sitting there open, and we're so surprised because why is the car still sitting here? Hadn't been towed, anything. We're wondering, had it been fingerprinted? Does it have clues to where she might be?
Her apartment building right here.
Right.
Victims advocate Andrew Holmes went door to door looking for clues. He quickly noticed surveillance cameras nearby.
Video surveillance came from the building here, which is exactly 2 buildings down.
Waldrop was knocking on doors too when she heard a woman's voice.
A woman calls down and says, hey, my husband, he has video. I go upstairs, he's walking us through this video. He's saying, there she is there, she's walking down the street. You see her, she's in her postal uniform. That's her.
How big is that moment?
It's earth-shattering because I think this is video of her walking towards her car. This may hold a clue to what happened to her.
Why would she walk past her own car?
That remains to be answered. She may have seen someone she knew.
Was she leaving with someone to start another life no one knew about?
Did you see this? Now that's strange. The day she called off sick, the day she was not supposed to go to work, they have video footage of her passing her own car and going somewhere else. Now the camera, I guess, do not see the full angle, but she went past the camera and past her car. What do you guys think was going on? What do y'all think is going on? Comment. I want to know. And feel free to call in anytime.
Or being lured to a place of no return.
I'm thinking that she's walking to somebody's car, so all the video that they took off the block, that we'll be able to see exactly what car she got into and, you know, possibly have a license plate.
Why would she be wearing her uniform if she's off work?
I was thinking maybe she decided to go back, maybe she decided to go in, or she just put the uniform on.
Okay, so remember, she called off, right? So they're saying, then why would she put on her uniform if she's off work? And why would she? I'm lost, you know? It's strange. And the mom said maybe she decided to go back in at the last moment. But wouldn't she call and tell the people that she's coming in to work? See, that don't add up. I don't know.
Chicago police declined to talk about any aspect of the case. They have not named any suspects or persons of interest. So we showed our reporting to retired Chicago homicide detective Rich Shack, who now heads the Criminal Justice Department at National Louis University.
Okay, people in the comments, DJ, stop the beat. People in the comment section saying that was not her. You're late. That person was not her. So people, well, listen, Miss Smith, don't get nasty with me. I'm just going with NBC Chicago News stated. And they posted this up 4 days ago, boo-boo. Okay, look, 4 days ago, as you guys can see, they posted this up 4 days ago, okay? So now, I guess there's new information coming out that I didn't get hip to. And shit, you know I don't know everything. That's why I tell you guys to call in. Call in and correct it. Call in and add to it. Now, they're saying update from the comments in the comment section. They are saying that girl that was the post office, that was not her. Okay? So we getting excited. That was not her. Okay, we got that. Let's go.
A young pregnant woman is missing. Who's the first person you want to talk to?
The father of the baby.
What questions for the father of the baby?
Last time you saw her, how did you feel about the baby? Were you thinking about getting married? Did you talk about support?
Karen Phillips had questions for the boyfriend, too, a fellow postal employee named Josh Simmons. First, she says Simmons told her he did not have...
Hold on, let's look at Josh. Let's look at DJ, stop the beat. This her baby daddy. This, he the one that impregnated her. Yeah, he impregnated her. Girl, they work... Shut up. They work at the poster's office. He works up there with her. You know what? Y'all got to be careful with hooking up on a job. Y'all got to be careful with fraternizing on the job. Do you hear me? In 6 years, 6 years, and this man did not marry you? 6 years, and y'all, come on now. I don't know, something up in this bitch ain't right. What is going on? So they was working together, right? Were they working together? Can y'all let me know that? Or did they get that wrong? They was working together, and they've been together for 6 years. Y'all not living together? You don't got the key to her apartment for 6 years. I don't care. Something ain't right. Was she and I don't try to be disrespectful, but was she the side hoe? Was she the girl that was messing around with him while he had a whole different family? Did he live a double life? Because that's what it's given. I want to know what was going on. Now, y'all know about this situation. Y'all been around here and listening to Kiera Coles' story for a long time. I need y'all to call in and let us know what else is going on with this case. Husband and wife shouldn't be working at the same place. I wouldn't work with my wife at all. Well, 6 years and they're not married. He don't got the key to their house. They living in separate places. What the hell is going on? 6 years and he couldn't get an apartment? Girl, what is going on? Huh? Something up. JJ said, yeah, his ass was living a double life. I knew it. Because that's what it sound like. Ain't no, come on now. If a man really want to be with you, he going to want to make sure he's there with you to protect you, especially when you having his baby. You know, and they said that she was excited. Mind you, they ain't say nothing about his ass being excited. And I bet you this, I don't know I have not followed this case for a long time, but I bet you he got rid of her ass because she ended up pregnant, and he probably got a whole different family somewhere else, and he didn't want to have no babies. I bet you that's what it was. I bet you. And he got that body somewhere. These men do not want to be, they don't want no babies. They will take you out of here if you having babies. I'm telling y'all, I don't. And they don't want to use a condom either. You know, everything is your damn fault. And we've been hearing about this shit time and time again. Y'all better be telling y'all little girls that these niggas will kill you if you end up pregnant. And they can say they want you to have their kids, and then they going to turn around and change their damn mind. Now, y'all going to have to call in and help me with this. I'm tired of talking about myself. Calling from 252, you're live on the air.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby, I'm glad you called me and helped me with this, because Lord knows I need help. What's your thoughts about this story?
Help you. Well, I can only relate to the story. I don't know about the killing part, though. My husband and I have been together 26 years, but we didn't get married to 2010. We've been together since November of 1997. Now, you say maybe he was living a double life. That's what I've been thinking, and I also have a degree in astrology. So I can figure things out before a person would even open their mouth. So definitely that man had a double life. And absolutely, I think a man was involved, and I think he killed her. If anybody killed her, it would have been that
I think
person.
he set it up. I don't think he did it firsthand. I think he paid for somebody else to do it. Because let me talk real quick. In the hood, they have gang organizations, and they do have ways where people going around taking out pregnant women, and they pay certain niggas in the hood to do this service. You understand? You got service to pay niggas for the bodies if you got an enemy you want to get taken out, and they have specialties to taking out pregnant women. You don't want that hoe pregnant, you don't got to worry about her ass no more. And I believe he got one of them gang banging services to take that pregnant woman out.
Yeah, that's going on too. If the man tell you he don't want the child, I wouldn't have the child, because he will take your ass out, because it's occurring more than common now. A lot of men are taking these women out. If it's been on the news, I know you've probably seen it, different places, everywhere. So definitely, if that man say, don't have that child, leave that man the fuck alone, for one. And maybe have the child, but just leave him the fuck alone, period. I mean, no contact, block, whichever way
you can't have that child, because they're going to take that child away from you, because they fear that you're going to get child support. They don't want you to call child support. So because of that, they're going to take you and that child out.
No, that's why you're going to let them know you don't want no parts of him.
You can't let, the best thing, if you're going to have that baby, just go and have that baby. Don't tell his ass you pregnant or nothing. Just, just peace out on his ass. Because once you tell him you pregnant and you having that baby, or if he think you having that baby and he don't want you to have that baby, he coming for your ass. He's taking you out. He's taking you out.
Depend on the woman. Depend on if the woman is pursuing him or not.
I'm telling you, in cases we have heard, the woman's not even pursuing him. She's living his best life with the child. And just the thought of her may coming for child support, he's going to take her ass out of here. Just the thought, because it's other woman involved. If his other woman say, nah, I don't want that. You got a whole damn son out here. Nah, we supposed to be a family. He don't want any of his seeds out here in these streets. And he feel like he have a right, because that's his nut. That's his damn nut.
She better hide and take her ass to Mexico or somewhere. I don't believe in murder. So keep the child
Well,
any way
well, it
necessary.
depends
Go
on how you
underground.
define it. Because it's an embryo or a fetus. It's not a baby till it's out the damn womb. It is an embryo or a fetus.
No, I don't believe in it.
So that's what it
go
is.
underground then. Go
Well,
up
if
underground.
if
You'll
you
be
don't want to
conservative.
do it, that's on you. But other people, they gonna get rid of them fetuses and them embryos. All right. Well, I'm
Then
gonna
don't
let you
open your
go.
goddamn-
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go. Okay, it's pro-choice over here. Pro-choice. All the way, baby. Okay, and let's give a big old thank you to Emily, donated $5. Coming in a little bit late, but I'm on the replay. Good evening, y'all. Very sad as a woman makes. Yeah. Okay, coming in hot. 407. You're live on the air. 407. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing? What's your thoughts about this case real quick?
Oh my gosh. I think he's low down. I don't even think it's with another woman. I think it's a man. I mean, what type of real man would actually take a pregnant woman out and his child? What is going on these days with these men?
They don't want these kids. They don't want a kid in the future. They want to take out the embryos and the fetuses. And an embryo and a fetus is not a baby. You know, if that's your belief, that's your belief, but that's my belief. And just look up the dictionary. That's why it's 3 different damn names. It's the difference between a fetus and an embryo. It's the difference between a fetus, an embryo, and a damn baby. Okay? And that's my stance. Go ahead. 407.
They don't want that. They don't want women. They don't want responsibilities. The only thing they want to do is just hang out, not work, hang with their
What do they call? What do they call you? What do they call you? What do they call you? Huh? And what do you answer to? Because they don't call you women.
Queen.
What they say? Bitches and hoes.
I answer the princess.
Well, that's good, but you know what they say. You know what they call bitches and hoes, don't they? Don't they?
It's sad that women allow them to call them that because I was taught very right. I don't settle for less. I know my worth. So I've never actually, I went through it one time. I was 17 years old. Ever since then, I had a high value man. I have never settled for less. I've never looked back. And I feel so bad for these women that keep looking in the bottom of the barrel for a man. Ladies, know your worth. Ladies, take care of yourself. Get in the gym. Eat right. You know, start taking care of yourself. You'll get a great man if you love yourself first. But you will not get a good man if you're overweight, if you look like everybody else, if you're hanging out loud with your homegirl. You're no better than these men. To be honest, you're no better. So we just need to separate ourselves. We need to grow as people, as individuals.
Damn, hold on, girl. You just what? What you say? You said you said the women ain't no better than the men.
They're no better.
I don't know. I don't feel that way. If that's okay, if I can say how I feel.
Everybody's out of control.
These niggas. Hold on now. These niggas is taking these women out of here left and right. Now, until these women start making it equal and give equal opportunity and start knocking out these niggas, then I can say, you know, they just as bad. But they ain't doing that. They acting scary as hell. Y'all women, y'all need to knock these niggas out just like they knock y'all out. Okay? Go round for round. They should be just as scared as you are scared of them. Now, that's called equality. But they not doing that. Now, I will say, I did run across some hood rat hoes a couple of days ago, you know, at the airport. That got on my damn nerve, all that cussing and fussing on the airplane, you know. I know I cuss and fuss on here, but I won't do it out here in public now. I ain't gonna do that. 407?
Hey, Gigi.
Go ahead, cause we was having a good ass conversation. I enjoyed you. Shit.
Oh, well, no, that's all I just wanted to say. I didn't want to take up too much of your time.
I
but
want
it's
you
just,
to, cause you got a
I
different. I like debating sometimes too. So what you got to say about that?
Say it again, Gigi.
I said I like debating sometimes too. I said, what do you got to say about that?
I'm getting my food.
Huh?
Can I get some extra hot sauce?
Girl, where you at?
I'm at Country Fish and Chicken.
Oh, God. Oh, God. That's why your goddamn ass like, what the hell? You have me on mute, then a motherfucker get some damn country chicken. Girl, you know you ain't right. You know you ain't right. That's rude as hell. That is so damn rude.
I know.
But I still love you.
I know.
But that's rude as hell. Go ahead.
I know. That's why I put the phone on mute.
But don't you want to tell somebody hey, I'm about to put you on mute before you do that shit? You just have no regard for nobody else. You have no respect for other people's time. You just that's some shit right there. For some damn hot sauce and chicken.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope that shit worth it.
But, yes, but ladies, yes, we do need to protect ourselves. We need to get on birth control, or we need to just use concentration, just condoms or something. We need to just not date, or we just need to do something. You know, I don't have any children right now, and to be honest, I'm actually afraid to. I am afraid to. I'm engaged, but I'm just to the point where I am afraid to have kids now. I don't know. Getting scary. You know.
Well, wouldn't it be something if Chanel took out Bobby because Bobby got her ass pregnant, and then you starting to have a lot of Chanel be like, nigga, you got me pregnant. I'm taking your ass out of here. Period. Wouldn't that be something if niggas had conversations? Child, don't get her pregnant because she'll knock you out. We've been hearing news on the news. You know, get a woman pregnant, and she killed him because he got her knocked up. We'll never hear that shit, you know, but we always gonna hear the other way around.
Nope, it's crazy out here. It's really sad. But Gigi, I'm gonna let you go.
I know you got that hot fried ass chicken.
I got some nice hot fried fish.
You gonna tear that shit up? I know. I ain't mad at you. Go ahead and tear that shit up for me. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. I'm glad you called. Oh shit, that was so funny. I'm glad y'all started calling because I was starting to wonder. But I'm going to continue with this story, and I'm going to resume with your phone calls.
Employee named Josh Simmons. First, she says Simmons told her he did not have access to Kiera's apartment.
I said, you ain't got no key. And then he was like, no, which Kiera did tell me she had gave him a key.
Karen has even more questions about what she says his behavior was in the days after the disappearance. Did the boyfriend go door to door with you when you knocked on doors?
No.
Did he hang up the posters?
No.
Did he talk to you?
He left town. I just can't understand. You dated my daughter for 6 years, and then now that my daughter is pregnant and missing, you do nothing?
Karen says he moved to another state with the mother of 2 more of his children, a woman Karen says her daughter was not happy with.
Okay, come on now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I know y'all gonna hate me for saying this, but they was not together for 6 years. I don't believe that was. In his mind, he was not in a relationship with old girl for 6 years. Maybe she thought that, and I don't know why she would think that, considering they said that he been had this family first. You know, and he went back. Did you see that? He didn't go looking for her ass. His ass didn't care because he the one that probably set it up. Even though he's not a suspect and they cannot pin it on him. But hell, Dejanay ain't a suspect. Cabo 6 ain't a suspect, and we know they ass did it. Man, this is some sad ass shit. Y'all need to call in on this. Y'all need to call in on this. Look, he over there taking pictures with his other family. You see that? What do y'all think about this? Another woman, he didn't want none of them. He still have to go to jail. He should have known his other baby mama. Ooh, girl, it's so much. Let's go to a caller. Caller from 803. You're live on the air. 80. Hey.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, talk to me.
My name is Antoine.
What?
And I wanted to thank you for covering my...
You know what? Why is it always the same niggas calling my line with the bullshit, huh? Why is it the same niggas? The same niggas follow me here to there, calling me with the bullshit. Please, save it for your mama. Stop trolling me, nigga. The niggas. Calling from 757. You're live on the air. 757. Can you hear me? 757.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you real good. Talk to me.
All right. How you doing this evening, Gigi?
I'm good.
I wanted to. That's great. Great to hear. Love you show.
Love you too.
I just wanted to actually say something about that. Now, I'm not an advocate for anybody killing anybody, but I do feel that the young lady, perhaps maybe she was someone who she picked him because he worked with her, and then unfortunately for some of our young black women, they feel that they have to settle. And it's like one of the callers was just saying that you were speaking with about picking and choosing and what you should do for yourself and not being, go to the gym and all that. I don't even think that's necessarily something that is so much required as if just having a little bit of self-esteem about yourself. Because if you have self-esteem, it's not going to allow you to be in those situations where you're settling for somebody who don't value you, settling for somebody who feels that you're just something to do. It's suspicious. I don't know what happened. I was trying to hear a little bit more as it came on. The female who was speaking that you were showing on that, I don't know whether was that her a family member.
That was her mama. That was her mama. That was her mama.
That was her mom. So she was saying that the guy did or did not have a key. Because I was
okay, so what happened was they asked homeboy, do you have the key? He said he does not have the key. But she said she remembered her daughter telling her she gave him a key.
Wow. And is that his wife in that cloudy photograph standing beside him, or is that
that's his other family that he had first before the girl?
Not a wife.
No, they ain't say wife. They said his other family with kids.
Okay.
I guess he don't believe in marriage.
Okay, but someone he probably lives with, someone he's into. Yeah. And it's unfortunate that.
Oh, hold on. Please stop it. Please. Wait. Let me tell you something, King Ho Joke. Okay? I don't have no hatred towards no man. I love men. Okay? I'm going to be sleeping with a man tonight. But when these niggas call my line, they are trolling. Okay? And it's majority, all of them are men calling my line trolling me. Okay? So please stop it with the bullshit. Okay? I'm sorry. I just have to say that because he's doing some gender war shit. Now, I ain't playing that game. But go ahead.
Right. Sounds like you read your comments along with, okay. But most definitely with this guy, it's like if he had something to do with it and her mom feels that he did, then he probably did, because it is the thing about having another child, them being responsible for paying child support for something that they feel that they shouldn't have to pay child support for. And I wanted to hit on something that you said. Yet they can come and they don't want to use any type of protection. That's what I'm saying about the self-esteem. Women, we have to get our self-esteem up, because if a man comes to you and he's talking about he don't want to use a condom and all this, but yet he's requiring you to be responsible for everything about the sex, then when you get pregnant, all of a sudden it's your fault. You don't want to have anything to do with it, trying to force you perhaps into something that you are not wanting to do.
Well, do you want to have this conversation right now? I mean, let's bust it up right now. Okay, so you got a man and he want to stick it in, right? Now, he going to ask you, are you on something? You taking something? And what's she going to say? She going to say, yeah, I'm on the pill. Because that's going to determine if he going to pull out, unless he a dog. And he just, nothing knows. But they don't use condoms. They don't use condoms. So.
Okay. So then it's going to depend on what she's on. I mean, are you on the pill? Are you using the patch? I mean, I don't know. Whatever they're using for birth control, I don't know. But it's going to depend on that. So, I mean, if I wanted to get with you.
Do you think that some women are lying and saying they on a pill and they're not because they purposely want to get pregnant?
By a loser? I mean, he worked at the post office with her. Get pregnant for what? There's nothing.
Because she want a baby. Because I want a baby and I'm lonely and I want somebody to love me and I don't feel like I'm loved. I have plenty of girlfriends that got knocked up not because they was lonely. We sat at night having conversations. And, I have plenty of girlfriends might say, yeah, I want a baby because I'm feeling lonely and I want somebody to love me.
Well, God forbid, you need to know yourself. Like I said, low self-esteem. You need to know your worth, because that ain't what you want a baby by. You need to make sure that you're picking and selecting something worthy of you being a mother or mothering. I know that's not what they're doing out here, but that's what you need to do, because you get lonely. Hell, if that's all you want, I think don't they have women who can go and do the same thing men do, and can't you go and get something so that you can have a child?
Yeah, you can, but that's gonna cost. That's gonna cost.
Well, I think you still could pick a better caliber of man then if you're gonna if what you're wanting to do is have a baby. I don't know. Are you?
Because they said she was excited about this baby, but he wasn't. But she was. So that tell you a lot right there.
He was. Yeah, exactly, because he worked where she worked, and he already had kids. I mean, you even have men with money who still don't want to be in that position if that's not what they're ready to do or have. But, some broke Joe who ain't got much more than you got, no, he's not looking to be strapped down like that for a lifetime almost, at least for 18 more years. And then the way they're locking you up, if you don't pay child support. So most definitely, I think that was his reason. And if the mom feels
somebody said that because these men are different breed, but I would have to say it's in a different world. Men and women, they navigate differently now, because when I was coming up, women would not allow any random nigga or a nigga that was not providing for them and paying their bills to bust a nut inside them. Hell no. They was not even allowing niggas to hit the first, second, or third night. You had to earn that.
Right. Different world. Well, I mean, things have changed. They really have. And, like I said, I don't know. Maybe moms need. I don't know. Maybe moms teach their daughter to have a little bit more self-esteem about themselves, that's where it lies. That's where it starts. I mean, if you don't value yourself, then you definitely are not going to, you're not going to put yourself out there properly. You're not going to present yourself properly to anyone else because you have to value yourself and love yourself first. Can I also touch on something else I want to touch on? Kind of waver off. I wanted to say something because I happened to wake up early this morning and I saw that you did something on the Shanquella Robinson case. And I found that kind of interesting that they had presented some more information. I don't know whether you started out, perhaps you didn't, but I saw where they were saying that the autopsy revealed that there was two other things going on with her. She had a injury or something with her pelvis was broken or messed up. You know, we know the neck was broken. We also know she had a spinal injury, but then they also said there was injury to the pelvis. And then they also said that she had some type of burn, fractures or something on her body. That to me was just something that was just really, really horrific. I don't know. I called in when it first happened to your show, spoke with you. I just happened to come across someone who, well, I don't want to get into that because I don't think you really like that. But yeah, something that case is just all it just speaks of you know, it's just I'm hoping Crump will be able to do something to help the family, but that case has a lot of layers, and the layers are so they're intricate layers, and the layers consist of just so much stuff that some of us don't even accept, you know, in life, you know, because we don't have a belief of. But even if you're a God-fearing person, you got to realize there's another power out here. The devil is out here too. It's too, you know, he's great, and you know, and so is our Creator. But as long as we know that is just not the Creator, that the devil is out here and he's powerful. He's powerful, and a lot of that is taken, you know. Is working in this case here with Shanquella Robinson. So I just hope it gets resolved. I think it's going to take some time, but I think they finally, but it's a lot of layers to that. Just a lot. And that's what I just wanted to say with the new information that they came out to say, you know, I always said when I called in, and this was the first time, that this was never a vacation. This was a planned, plotted execution. This was planned to execute her. It was never about any type of enjoyment. With the concierge guy coming out saying that when she was there, this is the first person to say that too, that how uncomfortable she looked at with them. Something happened probably on the plane that she knew.
Yeah,
that,
but you know what I can do, because we do have something else on the title. Tomorrow or later this week we can get back on Shanquella. I thought you was gonna make it real short and sweet.
Oh, okay.
With the Shanquella, I'm like, goddamn, is she gonna? Is it an ending in sight? But I appreciate you talking.
Well, yeah.
You know, so but I will. Is that what you want me to do? Would you want me to open up a new form about the Shanquella situation again?
Most definitely.
Okay, that's all you got to tell me.
All right.
That's all you got to say, and I'll do it. All right, and I appreciate you for calling. Okay, we're going to let you go. Okay. So let's go to another phone call. Then we're going to continue with the story. Calling from 607-601. You're live on the air. 601. Hello, 601. Hello, 601.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Man, my phone was cutting out. Look, check this out. This got something to do with. I get that guy. Whatever happened in that guy relationship, I was listening. I was all for it, but then I started listening to, like, guys being, every guy ain't mean to females. Like, I'm a good guy. I'm very faithful to my woman. Me and my woman have been together for over 14 years. And, you know, we have our ups and downs. I know a lot of guys that are very good to their woman. So it was almost kind of sound like you was kind of man-bashing other guys and stuff like that.
Well, no, a lot of niggas call my phone playing on a troll. And I will tell you, you are a privileged man to be a faithful to your wife, because that is not the norm. Okay? And we don't see that often. You are in a different world than we live in. You are not in our world.
I love your show.
I love you for loving it. I love you for loving it.
Yeah, I love your show. You know, I just don't want it to be like every guy. Like, I get there are assholes out there.
It's a lot of them. But look at, hold on, 601. 601. Look at this. You got 2 moms that are gone, right? And one is missing, and the suspects is they baby daddy. Now, 601, I don't hear oftentimes where women are unaliving their baby daddy because he got her pregnant. Do you hear that story?
Did you hear that story of that woman down in Kansas City chop her boyfriend up? Kansas City, that girl chopped her boyfriend up and hid his body in the dumpster.
I didn't hear it, but we don't hear that.
It was on your show.
We don't have it often.
I think you covered that.
We don't have it often.
It was that Trey King guy. He might have covered it.
Yeah, Trey King. He do a whole bunch of good stuff. But I will tell you this. That is not a normal situation. This right here, these men taking out their pregnant girlfriend is normal. It is so normalized that the community don't even care no more.
I don't condone none of that stuff.
Well, you don't gotta condone it. They still gonna do it.
Like I said, I can't speak for every man. Like I'm this man here, and I know I would never do no crap like that. And I think this wrong. I love everybody. You know what I mean? I give everybody opportunity and chance, but all this old evil ass crap, I blame it on social media. I blame it on the government, and I blame it on these fucking kids out here.
Okay, let's 601. Stop the crap.
This gossip girl, ain't it? I'm just giving you gossip.
601. Can I talk? Let's cut the crap and stop excusing everybody. You gotta blame it on the niggas that's doing it. Blame it on their daddy for not being there. Because they don't got no daddy in the household, and they don't got no daddy that care and love them.
Women too.
Now, we talking about these niggas now. And another thing, these niggas was killing these women way before social media. This just didn't happen to social media. Social media. Hold on. Social media is new now. I'm older than social media.
It was women back. Look, when you get a chance to do your research, go back to the 70s and the 80s. Women was killing men.
You can't even compare the rate of women taking out men. And usually if they did take out men, you want to know why they took them out? You want to know why? Self-defense. Self-defense. Them men was breaking them down. And did you know it was legal for these men to put paws on their wife? It was legal. So women had to do.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's messed up. It was legal.
That's real messed up. I don't condone it.
Well, no matter if you condone it or not, it's happening. And it's happening more often.
Yeah, it is. It really is. It's like I said, it's pretty.
This what I want you to do. This what I want you to do.
I don't know.
This what I want you to do.
I don't know.
This what I want you to do. I want you to go down to the barber shop, and I want you to have a conversation with your boys, and I want you to say, do not put your hands on no woman.
I don't socialize with other guys.
You don't go to the barber shop? You don't go to the barber shop?
I cut hair. I cut hair.
You don't cut hair in the shop?
No, I cut hair at my house. I cut me and my boys' hair at the house. I don't socialize with people.
Well, how do you know what people are doing if you don't socialize with people?
on the internet.
But you just said the internet is evil.
No, I said a lot of this stuff is coming from internet. A lot of everybody have their conspiracy theories, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of people are tapped in. A lot of people are tapped in on the internet. So they just say something might happen to a celebrity, they're gonna blame Illuminati. They're gonna blame all kind of we wasn't there. We have our opinion, and that's our God-given right to have our opinion
Yeah,
about
the Illuminati. That's for likes and views. I can act like, oh, Illuminati is coming too. I can perform.
Yeah, exactly.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I need somebody I can arrest. I need somebody that can be in prison. Illuminati can't be in no damn prison. So fuck that shit. So yeah.
But you cool. You always cool with me, man. I always, like I said, I like your topic. I love your conversation, but sometimes you kind of steer to the left, bro.
Well, you know what? How about this? I got a hoe named Molly, and Molly, she is a mammy, and she's always sticking up for black niggas, or niggas. So you'll really enjoy Molly, but the reason why too is because the topics that we're covering, these boyfriends taking out their baby moms, and that's very evil to me. Everybody have their thing, right? Now my thing is violence. Some people is okay with violence. I'm not okay with violence. Violence is it's very dark to me. It's the darkest thing ever, is violence. So I have a very...
If I can't say, hey, how you doing, without me getting an attitude, what you doing speaking to me? And, sometimes you just walk away from that crap. Don't get into it because you putting yourself in danger because you don't know what these motherfuckers got. Everybody got a gun nowadays. You got to walk to the mailbox with your scrap. Ain't that something?
Yeah. Because they don't know how to fight.
It's killing down
they don't know how to fight.
It's killing down here. It's killing down here where I'm at every day. A motherfucker just got killed down here, and a lot of stories
Hold
gonna
on.
get covered.
I know you lying. Hold on. I know you're not in Mississippi.
I am in Mississippi.
Nah, because I had a girl call me the other day from Mississippi, and she said Mississippi, crime is low, and it's nice in Mississippi, and it's not evil in Mississippi. That's what she said. Couple of callers.
What part of Mississippi? It depends on what part of Mississippi.
Oh,
it depends on what part of Mississippi.
She said, come on down to Mississippi. It's real nice.
It depends on, I'm serious. It depends on, it's just like Atlanta, just like Phoenix, just like wherever you located at.
Nah. Atlanta is bad. Everywhere you go in Atlanta is bad.
Man, I got some folks up there, man, and I don't go up there. And
well,
like I said,
in the good areas, the niggas done turned that out. The what's it called? Buckhead. Oh yeah, it's real bad in Buckhead. At the mall.
It's like East Coast. It's like an East Coast West Coast thing going on in Atlanta.
Yeah, at the malls, the malls is not safe. They don't shop at the malls. They shoot at the mall. So now that's where they go and gather. They gather and take out bodies.
I blame the mayor. I blame the mayor for that crap.
Blame their daddy. Why don't you blame their goddamn daddy? Blame their daddy. Where the daddy at?
What's her name? That Keisha Hickenbottom, that lady with the big booty.
Why can't you blame their daddy?
No, because she made all with these. Did you not see those interviews with what's his name, Killer Mike?
Okay, that's my thing is, why aren't you blaming the daddy for not being there and raising that child?
Well, I'm not, because I'm not in their household. I can't speak for another man. I can only speak for one man.
See, I don't agree with that.
That's why I ain't put no comment. That's why I ain't put no comment. That's why I ain't put no comment on pertaining, the topic that you got. I ain't put no comment on it.
So you just you allowing these daddies to just go unfree. They just, just sperm donors and going about their day and just, okay. All right.
It might sound condescending. It might sound kind of condescending, but I don't live with every man. I don't live with every man. I don't know what goes on in everybody's household. Whatever happens, it
You
happens.
know what goes on.
Somebody see
These
me get- somebody
daddies
see
are
me get
not
shot.
there.
You think somebody,
The men are not
somebody
in
see
the
me get
house.
shot. You
You
think
know what's
somebody
going
gonna tell the
on.
police who shot me? You think somebody gonna tell the police who shot me? You
And
think
I-
somebody gonna tell who broke up in the house? No.
And
Everybody
I
out
bet
for
you,
themselves
and
now,
I
baby.
bet you, the person that probably popped your ass is gonna be another nigga. It ain't gonna be a black woman. It's gonna be another nigga. So stop that shit. Stop that.
No,
All right.
no, I'm just speaking the truth. I'm
I
just
know,
speaking
but
facts.
you already know the truth. Most 9 out of 10, the person that's gonna pop your ass is another black nigga, and you know that. You know it. All right.
It can't be a nigga because I don't socialize with niggas.
Oh well, they gonna
I
socialize
don't.
with you. You know they on the lookout.
And they go catch all 11 of these shells in their
Well,
ass. You hear me?
we just
Go
have
catch
to
all
see.
them shells in their ass.
We just have to see. They real slick with it. They real slick.
I'm
They
slick
always
too, baby.
lurking and watching. They always watching.
I mean, I hate that this world coming to this. I feel like the officials, the top people should step in on it. They just want everybody to kill everybody. Be honest, tell you the truth, they want everybody to kill everybody else, and so the white people go to the goddamn moon and leave us the fuck behind. Just like King's Economy said, a lot of that shit be true. It's just hidden message.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, 601. Shout out to Mississippi. I'm going to let you go, okay? Now, feel free to call in, y'all. Say what y'all got to say, okay? All right, so let's continue on.
He had a fight with the other baby's mother, and she was banned from coming to his house.
And remember that crucial video evidence? Karen says something.
Okay, so did you hear that? The mom said that the baby daddy was banned from the house. So, Miss Coles, Kiera told her boyfriend, "Don't come back to my house, nigga," because they just got into an argument. She and the old baby mama got into an argument. Did y'all hear that? Now that's very key. Listen again.
Moved to another state with the mother of 2 more of his children. A woman Karen says her daughter was not happy with.
She had a fight with the other baby's mother.
Okay, you heard that? She had a fight with the other's baby mama. She had a fight with the, see there?
His behavior was in the days after the disappearance. Did the boyfriend go door to door with you when you knocked on doors?
No.
Did he hang up the posters?
No.
Did he talk to you?
He left town. I just can't understand. You dated my daughter for 6 years, and then now that my daughter is pregnant and missing, you do nothing?
Karen says he moved to another state with the mother of 2 more of his children. A woman Karen says her daughter was not happy with.
She had a fight with the other baby's mother, and she was banned from coming to his house.
And remember that crucial video evidence? Karen says something began to bother her as she watched the tape play on the news.
It's the mother thing, you know, you just know your child.
That's not her walk.
No, that's not her walk.
Is that her size?
A little bit smaller and a little bit shorter.
She says police confirm what she feared. That hopeful clue was not a clue at all. That was not Kiera on the tape.
He said,
You heard that? Y'all was right. That was not, see, I didn't watch the whole video. I wanted to watch it with y'all. That was not her on the tape.
not. Don't tell nobody that that's not your daughter.
Karen says it turns out another woman who worked for the post office lived nearby, and that was her, not Kiera. And she says police held it back, perhaps to deceive any real suspects into thinking they were chasing a false lead. Why are you telling us now when the police told you 2 years ago not to say anything?
I didn't say anything because I didn't want to mess up the case. I don't have nothing to lose now. I mean, it's been 2 years. Y'all ain't came up with nothing.
The timestamp on the wrong video showed Wednesday at 11:54 a.m. Karen now figured whatever happened was hours earlier, sometime before her first unanswered call to Kiera around 8 o'clock Wednesday morning, and their last conversation around 7 o'clock the night before, Tuesday.
Karen says she's seen another neighbor's video of Kiera and Simmons leaving her apartment in separate cars on Tuesday, and says police told her they have pictures of the couple going to an ATM.
They said that they had video of Kiera and Josh at an ATM Tuesday.
Did they tell you how much money was taken out?
Kiera withdrawn $400, giving it to him.
Chicago police would not confirm or deny any of this. The ATM video or the
Why is she giving this nigga $400? Why is she giving this nigga $400? Huh? He not getting no damn abortion. Why is so many questions?
Karen says she saw of Kiera and Simmons leaving in separate cars, and we can't independently verify that information. Again, police have not named a person of interest or suspect, including Josh Simmons, and we found no criminal history in his past. We did find an address for him in Louisiana, but he did not respond to letters we sent there asking for comment.
See, that's another thing. Why ain't these niggas helping? Huh? Why isn't he helping with the case? What type of nigga do that shit? What type of man that's supposed to care about you and love you, you go up missing and we need your help and he's nowhere around. He's not speaking up. He's not passing out flyers. He don't want to talk to the police. He just gone off and now he's with a new fucking family? What type of shit is we playing? What type? He was playing her and deceiving her. And why in the hell did he get $400? I want answers right effing now. Do you hear what I'm saying? And we still don't know where her body at. We still don't know where her body at. Imagine if it was your daughter.
Does Chicago have the resources to go down and surveil him in another state? Would you do that?
Probably not, unless you had something really concrete to cause you to go do that. In other words, you came up with a witness or he bragged to somebody.
If Kiera was murdered, how hard is it to prosecute a murder case without a body?
Well, the body tells you what happened. If it's a homicidal cause of death, that helps you in your prosecution. When you don't have the cause of death or the body, it's difficult to show that there was actually a murder that took place.
Sadly, he says what's not difficult is disposing of a body if you have time before anyone is looking. It now seems whatever happened could have been 20 hours before Karen Phillips called 911.
If Kiera was murdered, how would they get rid of the body that fast?
That's the question for the ages, but you could easily put him in the bottom of a dumpster, wrapped in something, and next thing you know, the body's in a landfill.
Never to be found again.
Never to be found.
Chicago police will...
Do you hear that shit? Do y'all see? And y'all want to talk about friends and boyfriends? These niggas are evil in these streets. Y'all call them boyfriends and friends. You don't got no damn friends. Trust no man. I just don't know what to say.
To Saman saying they're working this investigation with the Postal Inspection Service and the FBI. Postal investigators tell us they've had 400 leads and say they can't imagine the level of pain, grief, and frustration felt by Kiera Coles' family. They're offering a $25,000 reward for information leading to her whereabouts. Karen Phillips is making an appeal to Josh Simmons.
What do you want to say to him tonight?
That I wish he would come in and talk to the police. I always gave him the benefit of the doubt from day one. Even when people were saying, you know, it's the boyfriend, I'm like, don't do that because we don't know. Because we don't know what happened.
I think Karen's at the realization that Kiera is not coming home. She's not ever going to come home.
Regina Waldrop says her sister Valencia was found alive after she was attacked years ago, but she's struggled through a difficult life ever since. Waldrop hopes Karen Phillips gets some answers someday.
The biggest thing for me, I guess, is that wasn't Kiera walking to her car. That wasn't her daughter. So many of us believe that she was still alive when she may have already been gone.
Karen tries not to think about what might have happened to her daughter and the grandchild she never got to know. Each day, she prays for a good night's sleep, knowing her nightmare will begin again when she wakes up.
What do you want people to know?
I just want them to know that they wouldn't begin to understand the pain that I go through. Just think if it was your child.
You know, I'm looking at this shit, and why is only the mama up there, huh? I'm sick and tired of these daddies not being, well, fuck it, they not daddies. They're sperm donors, you know what I mean? But why you don't see the dad, Damn, what can I call a sperm donor? A sperm donor. You don't see the sperm donor up in here. What? Okay, sperm donor, SD. You don't see the SD up in here. Why the SD ain't speaking up? Why we never see the SD speaking up? AKA sperm donor. Why we don't never see them speaking up? Okay. Huh? Why? And these niggas, they can care less about these women. They refer to them as bitches. They refer to their daughters as bitches. Did you know that? Yeah. They refer to their young daughters as bitches too. Yes, they do. I hear the comedians say that shit all the time. Ooh.
Sister, your brother, your mother. And I just really wish somebody would have a heart and just
call in. Can y'all please call in? They said no uncle, no brother, no nobody. These black men getting out of control. Well, keep it 100. Call in and keep that shit 100. Call in, y'all. Y'all need to call in and talk about this before we go on to the next case. And I want to look here in the comment section and see what they got to say. They said, I'm glad they letting this case die, but everything is pointing towards the boyfriend. I heard the mother on the radio when it first happened. She stated that he was not cooperating with the police. He hired an attorney, then moved out of town during their courtship. He also had babies by other women. I think he is trying to get more. When I tell y'all, these men that's living a double life, they are very dangerous, and they will take you out of here to keep their perfect image and their perfect life alive. They will take your ass out of here without a hesitation. So please stop being damn naive, thinking it's going to be different with him or you the one, because your ass ain't the one. You ain't the one, ho. Okay? Keep it real with yourself. Stop trying to dream up a fairy tale that this nigga love you when you know his ass don't. These niggas don't love you. It says getting pregnant by a man who don't really want the kid because of the number of other kids he has is the most dangerous thing a single woman can do. And that got over 900 likes. Are y'all hearing what the people are saying? Are y'all hearing what the people are saying? I'm going to need y'all to call in. And y'all keep calling in, but you're hanging up. What the fuck? Okay? You keep calling in, but you're hanging up. Is there something wrong with the phone line? I'm going to need y'all to call in on this. Call in on this. Stop dating these dusties. LaToya, call in and tell them something. Call them from 615. You are live on the air. 615. 615. Okay, there y'all ass go again. Calling and hanging up. It must be the niggas that's calling. Okay? It gotta be the niggas. I'm gonna call in again and see if it work on my phone. Cause something up. So I'm gonna call myself. I'm calling in myself.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
You hear?
You will be able to listen to the show.
You hear that? You hear it? I'm gonna need y'all to call in. Okay, I'm about to press that button. Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
You see the echo.
You see the echo.
So it works.
So it works.
Call in. Don't play with me. Calling from 252. You live on the air.
Hey, this is Moon Goddess 777, GG. I had to call. I just got off work, girl. I got up here. You are talking the truth. I'm telling you. It's wild, man. It's wild. I'm trying to tell you. I just did a live on this talking about how the music, like Tupac was saying, the music has gotten so disrespectful to the point now where they hate the lady that made the baby. It's here. We are looking at it. We are looking at the time that...
But the thing about it is, this what I gotta say. This what I gotta say. The shit been here and it ain't going nowhere.
Yes.
What you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
What you gonna do about it?
GG.
That's the thing. It's
Gigi,
here,
it's
and
got
it
to go
ain't
somewhere.
going nowhere. What your ass gonna do about it?
Gigi, it's got to go somewhere because you know why? You know why?
Why?
Because without the black woman, they ain't gonna make it. They ain't gonna make it, girl. They ain't gonna make it. That's
They
why
say
got
they're
it so
gonna
hard
replace
with the
your ass
oppressors.
with a white one. They're gonna replace your ass with a Mexican. They don't care.
That's what they think, Gigi.
They don't care.
That's what they think. God got it in control. It's a higher power.
Well, Akon said he don't
not-
need no woman to make no goddamn babies. But you know what? Can we stop talking about some shit that's not even irrelevant? Because it would never be in our lifetime where women would be wiped out and, you know, they would not be here to produce kids. We are at a time where we are over fucking populated, okay? We are overpopulated. So there will always be women here, and there will always be men here, and they will always be fucking and sucking. So that conversation is ignorant as hell because it's not even realistic. Let's talk about some real shit. The real shit is that these men is not going to stop taking out these women, and especially when they see a case like this, they get excited. They get excited. They say, see,
like it,
hold on, girl. Hold on. You done got me riled
Yes,
the fuck
ma'am.
up.
Yes, ma'am.
You got me riled up. I'm moving back and forth now. But when they see cases like this, and they say, this nigga got away with it, oh, hell, they already know in the hood you can get away with it because many niggas getting away with it. So the word is out. You can get away with it.
Yes.
So they going to plan on getting away with it. But now, like I said, since it's here, just like this, can I tell you something? I got mosquitoes all around my place. Now, of course, I wish the mosquitoes would go, but can I tell you, the mosquitoes ain't going no damn where. I'm going to have to deal with it. So I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to combat these mosquitoes. You understand? I cannot.
You damn right.
Okay, well, I just wish the mosquitoes would go away. It ain't, and it won't. So I'm going to have to figure out a plan to combat the mosquito. So I'm asking y'all,
do,
and
what
what we going to do to combat this shit? Huh? What we going to do?
I'm going to tell you straight up, and I'm going to tell you straight up how I've been in survival mode. The area I grew up with, the area that I grew up in, I dealt with a bunch of brutal men. I'm going to just keep it real with everybody. I have not been hurt. The only men that hurt me was men that looked like me, even as a little girl. It's always been, it wasn't a man that, the white man. It was men that looked like me. You know
black
what I'm saying?
Niggas, just say black men so they won't get confused.
Huh?
We just going to say black men so they won't get confused. You know we got some slow niggas on the back.
Yeah, it's been black men, family members, and lovers. My husband, you know what I'm saying? I've been through domestic violence. So I'm going to tell you how I survived because I'm a survivor of domestic violence. I'm a survivor of, that type of thing. I'm ready. I'm like, I got to get you before you get me. I don't play. Because if I was playing, I wouldn't be here today. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be in survival mode now because I'm trying to operate out of more healing and conditional love, but I always stay ready because I don't trust them. And it's bad for me to feel this way because I really do love black men, but I know that they can be dangerous to us because at the end of the day, it seems like they hate us. I'm just being real.
So how did you survive? No
matter how much you do. I'm ready to do whatever I got to do. If I got to take somebody out, I always been for defending myself. I mean, I'm like, when they start acting like that, I'm ready, girl, whatever. I got to use a weapon, whatever. I'm ready.
So you said you are a survivor. So what did you do in your past to survive?
I got that nigga before he got me. He want to sit there and try to act like he want to hurt me, then I'm going to go and take it to the level or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna
what
go
did
out with
you
a fight.
do?
Like I called the police. What I did was I did handle it the legal way. I did that too, but then before that, you know what I'm saying, I handled it myself. I was defending myself, but you can't fight no man. You gotta use weapons. So that get old. So it's best to get away. Once you see the signs, once you feel unsafe, it's not good to stay there and be like, oh, he loves me, it's gonna work out, he gonna change. No, once somebody get that in their mind, they might take it's a chance they might take you up out of here. Love ain't got nothing to do with it when they get possessed like that. and they feel like you win their way. You know what I'm saying? They already, some of them got, a lot of them got mommy issues and stuff. You know.
So did you pile his ass? Did you pile his ass?
Hell yeah, girl. I ain't even gonna front. I done drug him down the road and all that. He made his mess with me. You damn right. He won't go take me out of here like that. I'm like, you might go out of here before I do. You damn right. I was a teenager. I got married as a teenager. You know, I was very young, and I, you know, didn't, you know, really know what I was doing, and I got in a situation, you know, that was abusive, but I was real quiet when I met him and shy. I guess he thought, you know what I'm saying, he could, you know, he could play games with me.
Well,
and
tell
stuff,
these
you know,
niggas to close them nuts. You know, what do you got to say with these women in the comment section? I don't know if it's a woman or a man. They talking about some close your womb, close your legs. How about tell these niggas
my womb. I was married. Well, yeah, tell them, yeah, why they, if they hate us, if they hate the black woman so bad, why they keep nothing in them making babies then?
Yeah, close them nuts.
Then when
tell them, cut the nuts out.
They don't even want to do nothing, but they, right.
Cut the nuts out.
Don't sleep with them. If you hate them that bad and they a bitch, then keep your go get another race and leave the black women alone.
Put a cap on that motherfucker. Put a cap on it. Okay?
That's right.
You want to tell them to close their legs. How about tell them put a cap on it? Put a protection on it. Put a condom on that motherfucker.
Right, 'cause they the ones whining.
But you ain't gonna tell these niggas that. Cause at the end of the day, at the end of the day, these niggas is the control because it takes the nut to put some shit up. You know what I mean? So if they cover that shit up and they ain't nothing and shit and pulling out, hey, hello. But they don't want to do that because they lazy as hell. They lazy.
They have no discipline.
They just want a good time. A good time and a good feeling.
That's all.
And how long that lasts? 5 seconds? 5 seconds of a good time. Right. They can't have self-control.
No self-control, Gigi. No self-control. Sad. It's sad. It's sad. It's really sad, you know, and they didn't tell us in history, like they didn't write about this stuff. This war has happened before. Like they divided us a long time ago, the man and the woman. It's just like history repeating itself, you know what I'm saying? Because the hate been real for a long time.
Well, it's just in the black community, I see.
Yeah, because, you know, because they know if we ever come together and start loving each other and pulling together, it's going to change the world. And we fell for it. Like, okay, like, for instance, honestly, I don't want to get too much into the politics and history and stuff like that, but I'm just going to say.
Don't do it.
I'm not going to get into it, Gigi, but I'm going to lightweight it. They really never felt like a woman had a voice in that society. You know the society I'm talking about, that European society. So they influenced the black man to feel that way about us. Now you look at them, they acting like niggas and we acting like savages and stuff. They the ones treating they, you know, I ain't saying all of them, but they treat them good in public, and you know they ain't exploiting their women and calling them bitches in the music and all that stuff. It's our men doing that. Our men.
Yeah, and they say that, you know, and guess who the number one supporter? Guess who the number one damn supporter? Exactly. That's the one. Oh, yeah, they want to go to the concert. Yeah. Oh, the baby. Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I wish I could have his baby. Oh, I love him. Oh, he's so fine. He called me a bitch. Oh, if I could just have, come on.
So, we love them thugs and we enable them. We enable that behavior because if we would shut the cookies down, then they would either die out or change. You know, simple as that.
You the biggest supporter.
Yeah, we are. We are. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, we just love thugs. You know, a lot of our women in our culture, they didn't have. You know, they didn't have good role models or fathers and stuff.
You want to know what the thugs got y'all doing now?
Not me, Gigi. I done retired.
Let me tell you, the thugs got these girls robbing and scheming. Got them robbing and scheming.
They got them, trying to be gang members.
They already gang members. I'm scared of the hoes. I'm scared of these. I'm scared of the black girls.
The girls harder than the men.
I'm scared. I'm scared. Shit. I'm scared of them goddamn long nails and that long ass wig. big. I'm scared. I'm scared, okay?
GG,
Shit.
I was in Walmart, girl. This young girl was working at Walmart throwing up signs. I said, oh, Lord.
Uh-huh.
Gee. Boy. Tell you, man, it's sad out here.
Just
it's
as
sad.
loud as they want to be.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
you can't tell them, can you please quiet down? You are disturbing the peace. All hell about to break loose. They're going to ready to fight you now. They're going to be ready. I'm going to call my nigga on you.
Yeah, you know, sometimes they didn't have good role models as far as mothers either. You know, the mother, you know, maybe had some stuff going on and didn't treat the daughter right, you know. And you just looking for love in all the wrong places. Yeah. It's rough.
Yeah. But I appreciate you calling. We got some other callers. Call me back. Okay. Calling from 414. You're live on the air. And make sure y'all like this video. Get these likes up. 414. 414. Okay, I'm saying the number right. 414. Okay, 414. You want to act funny. 314.
Hi, Gigi. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good, Gigi. I'm just looking at these three beautiful faces on this screen, and it just hurts. You know, I listened to you saying that this young lady was last seen, was it at the ATM machine?
ATM, taking out $400 to her baby daddy. And then he don't even want to help with the investigation, girl. He off with another woman the next day.
He has disappeared. He took her money and disappeared. You know, and Gigi, it is so hard for young women out here. I'm so glad I'm older, okay, and I'm kind of over it. But it's so hard for young women these days trying to have a relationship. You know, you want to be in a relationship. You want somebody to love you. But when you meet these men out here, sometimes you're not meeting them. You're not really meeting them. You're meeting their representative, okay? And they're on their best behavior at first. But they do throw up.
Girl, I got to interrupt you. I'm sorry. You know you my boo. Girl, they said it's not even like that no more. They said the good men, these girls not even paying their ass attention. They said they see them as too dorky or they're too gay. You know, they going for the thugs. They going for the men that deliberately disrespect them, and that's what they running after, some of them.
But even the ones who disrespect, but this is what I'm saying. I understand that totally because it's the bad boy, okay? You want to be with a man that you know is some can I cuss just a little?
Yeah, just don't say that F word. Just not the F word, but go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna say that. But if you with a man and you want a man where you can feel protected, okay? If some shit go down, he got you. You understand? You don't necessarily want one that's, how can I put it? Somebody, you at the club and somebody touch your ass and he ain't got nothing to say about it, but you with him, okay? So we kind of gravitate towards bad boys, rough boys, people that can handle theirs, okay? Like somebody else said, they want the dope boy that's got the piece and the tattoos and all of that. But when you meet them, when you first meet them, I don't think they talking crazy to you when you first meet them. You know, that comes later after they done sucked you in. Then you meet the real them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they come to you different. And it's like K. Michelle got this song out saying you can't raise no man, and you can't, okay? Even the ones that you get with, and we as women, we are naturally kind of stand by your man. We try, we bend over backwards trying to make it work. And sometimes it ain't going to work no matter what you do. It ain't going to work, okay? I have been in an abusive relationship, and we have a tendency as women to keep it a secret. We don't want anybody to know. I don't want my friends to know that I'm going through something like this. And a lot of times when you're abused, they don't abuse you where people can see it. Okay? I was trying to explain to somebody one time, I was with a man for 5 years, and I spent 2 trying to figure out how to get away with my life. When you have your hand in the mouth of a lion, you have to work it out gently. You have to come up with some plans to get away. Somebody told me one time, well, all she got to do is call the police. The police will protect her. No, ma'am. Okay? You call the police, he gone. Police leave, he right back. Some people have never been in a relationship where you have to come out your house and look all up and down the street to be able to make it to your car or make it to the bus stop to carry on with your life. It can be over and he won't go away. Okay? But then on the other hand, we trying to love them. We trying to have a relationship. We want to be happy. And it's natural for man, woman, child. Man, woman, child. That's the way it's supposed to be. Okay? But then you got that old saying, and I've said it before, mama's baby, papa's maybe. Okay? Gigi, and I don't want to say too much, but, and I'm sure some of the young women can relate to what I'm about to say. I remember one time giving a man a condom. I gave it to him. Okay? I didn't actually see him put it on, but I gave it to him. But then I found it. Okay? So I was trying, and I remember later on going off and cussing him out and never seeing him again. But I was trying to be safe. He didn't care what I was trying to do. Okay? They have these flued out relationships. I look at that too. They flying these women out, like you said the other night, Spirit Airlines, $30, okay? They fly them out to men they don't know. I saw a girl with a man one time, and she was drunk, and they were arguing because he was trying to get her up to his room because he wanted to have sex, and she didn't, but he kept saying, but that's what I flew you out here for. That's the only reason that you're here, you know? And these are the things when we say these new age relationships, they are new. But at the same time, this young woman's mother says that she was in a relationship with this man for 6 years. And I'm almost positive the whole 6 years he was in a relationship with her, he's in a relationship with somebody else because they said he's got a baby's mother and other kids. Am I correct?
Yeah, he got kids.
Hello?
Yeah, he got a family somewhere else.
Right. And didn't it say she had a fight with the baby's mother? So they fighting over him.
Yes.
They fighting over him. Okay? But if it was right, he could control that too. You know what? And I can give you another good example, and I don't want to talk your ear off, you know, but I know it's young women in this because I don't read the chats when I talk, okay? I have a tendency sometimes to be toxic and get on people's nerves, and that's not what I'm trying to do, okay? But I'm looking at this relationship between Krishan Rock and Blueface and the way he's doing her now that she's supposed to be pregnant.
Can I ask y'all a question? Do y'all want me to bring Krishan or Blueface back on this channel? Because I thought y'all said y'all didn't want me to talk about that no more, so I sent this somewhere else. But if y'all want me to bring Blueface and Krishan back over here, please press 2. Let me know. But go ahead.
Well, the hurting part to me about that is I look at this young woman, and to me, she obviously has a mental problem. She obviously, I not only self-esteem, but she has a mental problem. And I guess what's getting me is she's a beautiful girl. She's an athlete. I just watched her on one of those gladiator shows. I mean, and she won it. She got a six-pack, okay? But at the same time, she'll get drunk, she'll get high, she'll fight, okay? She got this man's face tattooed all over her. Now she's pregnant, and he over there with his other baby mother and broadcasting it for the whole world to see.
And guess what? And guess what?
Yeah.
And guess what? You want to know what?
Come on.
The black people love it. They tune in for it.
They love this.
They pay for it. They pay to see it.
Yes.
They love the dysfunction.
They
love to see her go up and down and up and down and up and down. So hell, if they did not entertain it, if they wasn't paying to watch it, we wouldn't even know no more Krishan Rock because it's not selling.
You know what? It's horrible. It's horrible. I look at her walking around grinning with that tooth that somebody that knocked out. His name tattooed all up her neck. Now she's showing this pregnant belly, and he was somebody. It sounds almost like this story. And I don't want nothing to happen to the child, but I keep saying what's going to happen. Because 1 minute, and it's like a roller coaster. It's up and it's down, and it's up and it's down. You know, and like I said, these are people that I do not check for, but I don't have cable or nothing like that. So sometimes it's the algorithm. It comes on, and I watch it.
Right.
Okay,
well,
then
I
it
know
goes
one
off to the
thing.
next.
Before we continue on, I'm going to bring him up here, okay? So please stay tuned this week. I know they're going to have some stuff going on, and I'm going to bring it up here. Y'all, okay? But I appreciate you, boo. You know, you my girl. Always call me. It's a pleasure. Okay, I'm going to let you go. Calling from 718. You're live on the air.
Hey, Gigi. Hey, Chad.
Talk
Good
to
evening,
me.
everybody. Listen, Gigi, don't be afraid of none of these people with these long nails and all that long hair and stuff. Just talk to them like you talk to us. You know, they just need somebody to talk to. But I want to thank you for letting me come up here tonight because as I've called before, I've got 5 sons, okay? And they are wonderful, honorable, decent, good-looking black men. And you, in the previous caller, brought up an issue that has been an underlying issue for me. When I was raising my sons, my friends, female mothers themselves, had daughters. Folks in the neighborhood had daughters. They said my sons were too soft. They was punks, always in school, playing sports, never on the street. They were never looked at as a future boyfriend, husband, provider, father. They didn't look like, you know, they were throwing up no gang signs. They weren't involved in street activity. So what happens? Everybody grows up. 3 of my sons are now married. They have children. And you know what? My friends' daughters are out here dating these broke dusties, as they say on these streets. These men who have prison records and been incarcerated, and they've got all kinds of criminal backgrounds, and they ain't got no money, and they ain't never been nowhere. But my sons were not considered eligible or worthy of talking or being considered to go out with their daughters. Now, I look back and I say, thank the good Lord. But at the time, I kind of noted that folks were not really responding to my children, my sons, that their father and I took great pride in, were not encouraging them to take on negative behavior, to not be mannerable, not to know God, not to have a faith, not to know about family, not to be protected. So I think what has happened, because my oldest son is now 34, he'll be 35. I think what has happened over time, we are seeing the end result of those kind of choices. And for all the young women out there who are looking for love, looking for partnerships, looking for a family, I say if the men in your community, the men that you are initially attracted to, are not interested in you, keep it moving and stop laying down with this trash. Stop going out with men like this woman, because you know this woman knew this man had another family. You don't work with somebody and don't know or hear that they've just had a baby or they was at such and such a place. So she had intel, but she didn't respect and value the intel she had. She thought, you know, He really loves me. He's going to be with me. And now she's missing. Her mother's confused. And as one of the people in your chat said, hey, the mama is up there all by herself. And it's wrong. And what's happening to all these beautiful people out here is wrong, men and women, on both sides. So I just hope and pray that folks get it together and decide to choose people based on their values, based on their presentation in terms of who they are as you get to know them, and stop laying down with all this trash. I'm really sorry about it.
You know what? I'm glad you spoke out and you spoke up, and congratulations on raising your men to be such honorable men, honorable citizens that's giving back to this world. We appreciate you and your husband for doing a well job and bringing good representation in the African American community. And that right there, that is a privilege because it's not happening often. Now, what you said, it made me think about some stuff too, that a lot of times these girls are choosing roughnecks is because of their parents. They mamas is saying, you know, just like you said, your friends was saying, oh, they're too soft. Their mama is putting out energy to say, hey, this is a good mate. This energy, this is what you want to go for. This is a negative energy. And these kids is being raised up and groomed to go for the bad boys based on their parenting. You know, because in the white community, Indian community, they don't have the rough looking niggas, you know, and hey, they doing all right. So go ahead, because I got a feeling you got to say something.
Yeah, what I wanted to say too, you know, my sons were not the ones that, you know, said they were going to go on and be president of the United States, or they were going to be doctors, they were going to be lawyers. They weren't those kinds of young men. So my sons went into what you call blue-collar kind of traditions. So one of my sons works for public transportation. He's a sand hog. He's the one that goes out and repairs the tracks on the train, and he's under the tunnels and everything. And my middle baby bring in about $150,000 a year. And he said, Mama, let me tell you, he said, I'm doing all right. Okay. My oldest son is a first responder. Okay. He's out there saving lives and serving our community. They're right here where they grew up. Okay. Right here where the folks see them on their way to work and see them out in the supermarket and see them in the parks playing with their children. My other son, I still have two there in college, but my other son, he decided, hey, let me go to Wall Street and make a way. And he's out there working on Wall Street, and he's doing his thing. But, you know, when they chose careers, these women talking about, well, I want a man with six figures, they didn't come into these careers with six figures. They came in with education. They came in with a strong work ethic, knew how to get to work on time, do that job well, work their way up, take those tests, and keep moving through. Right now, my fourth child, he is working for the electrical company. He went into a training program there, so he knows how to go out here and hang these wires or whatever he's doing. These are outdoor kind of guys. They're good-looking men. No, they don't look like what's this guy in this movie, Creed. But they're good-looking, honorable, decent men. And I want folks
But it took you and your husband to gear them up in that direction. You know, so you got to give credit to you and your husband because you raised your kids. These parents are not doing that. They are forcing their boys to be basketball players and rappers to come up with a quick buck. And some of them is even forcing their kids to scam.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And it's wrong. It's wrong. And then when they become these older people who still live in your home and they're asking you for money and they're breaking the law and you need to get about, now you're angry. We loved and protected our children. We made every sacrifice so that come summertime, they wasn't on the street. They were in summer camp. After school, they were in arts and they were in sports. and they were into after-school math and science programs. This is what you do when you're trying to keep them from these streets. These streets are dark and evil and demonic, and they will eat your children and kill their spirit, and they will raise up and do it to others. And I want us to just get back to family and get back to core values. And stop wanting so much from other people.
I'm sorry to break it to you. That world is gone. Don't you know how they say the world is coming to an end? Well, that world is came to an end. Now we off into something else. So the only thing they can do is make their situation better and have self-love, you know, and better choices.
Mm-hmm.
And they still haven't got that motive with self-love and self-discovery. You say what?
And I'm praying for these young sisters out here. I don't want them to give up. I'm just saying, go swim elsewhere, girl. If the brothers out here aren't appreciating who you are, what you're bringing to the table, your education, your values, go date other men.
They're not attracted to other men. They have this barrier of not being attracted, and a lot of it has to do with the upbringing. You know, if you're not used to, going around and seeing diverse, a lot of times you get so conformed and comfortable, and especially because I know coming up, some black people will see you dating outside your race is nasty. Ugh, how could you? That's just disgusting. So I'm not saying a lot of people have that, but you do have barriers when it comes to being even open-minded to date other races and the black community, because it definitely seems like the Mexicans and the whites, they are attracted to all women. It seems like a lot of niggas, even black men, they are attracted to all women. They don't have a problem with dating white women and being attracted to Hispanic women. Most men are universal when it comes to women. They'll date any woman, you know, no matter what color.
Correct. And I say to the sisters, get out there and find who's there for you. Get out there and build a life who wants to build a life with you. And stop laying down with this trash out here. Stop putting your life at risk, your health at risk, your status at risk. It's not fair and it's wrong. And I don't see why they don't date. There's a lot of good-looking other colored men out here, girl. If you're going to date, then go out there and date. But stop laying down with trash.
Yeah. And it's a lot of, if you want to stay black, it's a lot of foreigners that come over from different, countries, and they make a good living, and they're not in the streets.
And they're not in the street.
Uh-uh.
Well, thank you so much, Jesus.
I thank you so too much.
And thank you all. Thank you for giving Mom the kudos here. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you deserve it, girl. You deserve it. You deserve an award. Okay, we're going to let you go. Calling from 414. You're live on the air. 414. 414. Okay, we're going to let you go. Calling from 804. You're live on the air.
Yes.
Yes, talk
Can
to
you
me.
Hear me.
Yes, I can.
Okay, Gigi. I'm 51 years old. And I'm not going to make it long for you, but I didn't agree with anything that the woman with the son said because I grew up in poverty in Richmond, Virginia. And being in poverty areas, you don't have a lot of selection, and people tend to not let you in when you said date outside your race. And I tried all that growing up as a teen and a young adult, and the men just abused me because I was the poor black girl. Nobody really looked at me as saying I had value, or didn't look at me as because I was raised by a single mother. My mother was married to my father, but he had 20 kids, and he was ripping and running the streets. So even though he was married to her, but he didn't take time to raise us. He was out doing his thing. So I was left alone. I was the oldest of the 20 children. It was just a difficult life, Gigi. I went through a lot of the R's, trying to date because I didn't have older brothers. All I had was little tiny brothers, babies and stuff. And I was out there all alone, and I didn't know how to navigate. My mom was mentally ill. A lot of mental illness runs in the Black family, so I wasn't raised correctly. Trying to love the Black man was difficult because they didn't love me. They was like, oh, she beautiful. I was very pretty, red bone, whatever people call here. And I had a lot of education, but it took me really almost 7 years to even get an education because I was poor. So I had to take classes here and there and work as a waitress for 20 years. And I raised my 3 children by myself. My husband was out there in the streets just like he was a Marine, but he was out there ripping and running the streets. So he was making, that's the only thing about if you think you got it. I got married at 19. So I thought I had a good Black man in the Marine Corps. But he had girls all in different cities he was engaged to, and he was married to me. So I'm just saying, all that being said, I just don't feel like people value, or Black men don't value Black women or young girls. They look at them as, oh, we just going to mess with her, trick her, tell her all the lies, and she's naive. She's going to believe everything. My mama raised me as a Catholic my whole life.
And I just want to say, I think you're right, and I'm glad you spoke up and you came from a different point of view. And I feel what you're saying, because a lot of times when I was coming up, the definition of a man is how many bitches he can fuck over. If he can mess over many bitches, then that's what you call a man.
Gigi, I'm 51, and I'm just realizing my worth, that I should have never even gave those guys, like she called them trash. I don't call anyone. No one deserves to be called trash, because everybody can change if they want to. If they want to, they truly want to change, they can change. I don't believe people are trash, and I'm glad she's proud of her sons. I'm proud of mine too. I have 2 sons and a daughter, and I'm proud of all of them. But at the same time, I suffered in the dating scene. I suffered as a young girl. I was an abused child. I was in foster care for a period of time because my mom had to get her life together. So I've been through it all, and I suffered a lot, and I still want the love of a Black man. Basically now at 51, I guess I'd take any man, you know what I'm saying, but a good man, because I know how to do everything, cook, clean, I got an education. I don't know what else I can say, but all I'm saying is don't always look at a book and judge it. Don't judge a book by its cover, because at the end of the day, you can look at a girl and say, oh, she was a teen mom, so she's trash. That's not even true. Look how many successful teen moms we have. Look how many successful Black men that we had that did get in a little trouble when they were younger, got their life together, got an education, and went on to be whatever they went to be successful. So it's not, we can't just keep saying we want to love each other, Gigi. We keep saying we're going to support each other in the Black community. But you see how quick we are to judge. Oh, my sons are this, and my sons are that, and me and his father did this. Well, you know what? I dated men from those same type of families that everybody was so proud of. But when that man gets you behind them closed doors, it's a whole nother world, baby. And sometimes they don't care about the way they were raised or how they grew up. They end up doing things to that woman once they get her trust and her love. And they fool her with that personality. And then they go in to destroy her. So I'm just saying, that's just my take on things. You know, but do you have any suggestions or anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you said a mouthful. You know, you said your truth and how you feel, and I just appreciate the diversity. You know, so make sure, please call back. You're always welcome. All right. So we got a few more calls. I'm glad y'all finally calling in now. Calling from 678. You're live on the air. 678. 678.
Hey, Gigi, how are you?
Good. How you feeling?
I'm good. This is Nicole calling from Atlanta. We grew up with I Want a Roughneck. I think that ruined our generation because we really wanted a roughneck. But speaking about the girls, if you ever look at the black women missing, like I got cousins on there. I had one cousin. They said it was her baby daddy. We don't know, but she's been missing for over 15 years now. Still can't find the body. And her name's Tameen. Then my other cousin, Nyoka, she was pregnant by this dude, supposedly. And we searched the river for 4 days, finally found her body, and they had cut the baby out of her womb. None of those dudes ever went to jail. You know, and so I think that's why when all that stuff with Tory and Megan hit home, it was so deep to so many people, because if you've been in a domestic relationship or you've seen people in domestic relationships, it's like that woman who called. I mean that you were talking about tonight. It's like nobody really cares or wants to hear their story.
Yeah, that's true.
So
the black community got to get it together because they don't care. You know, they're going to shame the women victims. And then you do.
Like some bully lynch.
Huh?
Go ahead. No, I said I almost think it's some bully lynch stuff. Like they telling these women that is bad to like a good guy. It's bad to want a guy who's like in school and stuff. You want a drug dealer because they'll send money on you and they'll do this for you. But when you get 30, you're shamed.
Well, you got to remember
like
too.
that.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but everything is a competition. When you look at America and just our whole makeup, everything is a competition. And when it comes to these niggas and these thugs, you don't think they compete with the good boys? Yes. So their whole thing is to push this agenda that good boys are simps or they gay and they're weak and they're soft and who wants them, to paint them as undesirable. Just like they do Sierra's husband. They paint him as undesirable every chance they get. And they push up and they say, you know, the man out here that's treating these women like bitches and he don't give a fuck and he ain't spending money on your ass and he making you struggle. That's a real man. That's something you should want. We respect a real man. And a lot of women, they look up to a bunch of men and what they say. You know, they get their whole body fixed on what a man like. You know, so you have that whole makeup of the situation. And the good boys, they don't be in confrontation with these thugs. You never hear Russell getting on a podcast deliberately coming down on these niggas, telling these niggas what it really is.
Nope, because he's about his business.
Yeah, and he's a good boy. And good boys are not going to, you know, continue the fight of all that. And he's in a blessed situation. And being a good person, most likely that good boy or good man, he probably feel bad for the futures or for these niggas that's reckless. And he's probably see what he don't understand. You know, where he's coming and these good boys just want to be all cool and kumbaya. But these thug niggas don't give a fuck about them. They'll take their ass out of here.
Yep. And that's why I like that last caller who said her and her husband, who was her stepfather to her 5 kids or whatever, that said a lot, because what she was trying to say was like, yo, ladies, there's a lot of dudes out here that are good. Don't give up. Don't, because there's so many women, they just give up.
And that same situation, sorry to cut you off, You know, these men, these thugs, or these stupid ass niggas out here in these YouTube streets, they are telling them, if you are a stepdad to hit other man kids, you are a simp. You are weak. That's not what a real man, alpha man, does. And that makes these men feel some type of way, and they want to follow the trend because what? They want to be seen as a real man.
Exactly. So I just wanted to say that tonight because I just felt like that was on me, and I enjoyed the callers tonight, and I always enjoy your show.
Well, I thank you, and I appreciate you. You know, and I'm glad you got bringing up that topic, and you got to stay bringing up the topic, and you got to topics, and you got to stay on it behind. You got to stay on it. All right. So I appreciate you. I'm gonna
have a good one.
You too. I'm gonna let you go. Calling from 631. You're live on the air. 631.
Hey. Oh, hey, Gigi. How are you?
Good. How you feeling? Talk to me.
I'm feeling good, so I got some things to say. Okay, so first of all, thank you to all the women, all the queens that called prior to share your experiences, because even if we get 1, 2, 3, however many things out of it, it is necessary. So thank you for that. First of all, I want to say that people date where they live. So if where you live, where, you know, it's more probable to be more problematic, 9 times out of 10, that's what it's going to be. Also, people kill where they live. So they say black on black crime. Well, in white communities, it's white on white crime. When Asian community, it's Asian on Asian crime. So that's a fact. What's happening is there's so many black men in prison from all age groups. Then a lot of them become institutionalized. There's so many things that happen to them while they are incarcerated, known and unknown. That's just the prison aspect of it. We're not even talking about what's going on in the household, the diet, the psychology. If the woman was doing drugs, if she was stressed out, what she was taking in, watching television, what kind of music, what kind of vibration was she on while the baby was still alive? You know, was she still popping pills? How did it, you know, because I know some women said they wish they never even gave birth to the son that they gave birth to. So to the woman who was saying, oh, you know, no man and nobody should be called trash. Let me tell you something, sister. Some of them aren't trash. They are maggots and the scum of the earth from the womb to the tomb. You hear me? Straight like that. So all this, you know, oh, well, no, some of you could just love them enough. Some of them, they are a done deal. Came out here with no soul down to this earth plane. So I don't want women of any age
90
group to think
seconds.
that, you know, we could just love them a little bit more. No, some of them are unlovable. They have frontal lobe damage, no empathy, and you will love him to your grave. Hear me and hear me well tonight. Yeah, some of them, you're right. No, they're not trash. They maggots, scum of the earth, and people should throw feces on them. And they shouldn't even be here. And they just roaming around, looking to kill, steal, and destroy. They should have been done with. They should have been
60
swallowed.
seconds.
For real, for real. So
you know what I'm reminded of when you say that?
What?
I'm reminded of like a grown hyenas. Like you got grown hyenas or a grown lion or a crazy rottweiler. And you're trying to love on that rottweiler and try to get it to be home trained. And even the monkeys and the gorillas. Can you really home train a grown ass gorilla? Okay. Eventually, he may be nice the first couple of days, but that nigga gonna rock your world. Okay? He gonna rock your world.
Yeah, many times over. And with all due respect, I understand what you were saying, sister.
10 seconds.
I get what you're saying, but that's what got us caught up in the first place, is we thought love can do it, or let's just prey on him, you know, or if I could just give him a good meal. Or maybe if I do it in this position, we you know, all these women, we tried it all. You know, if I make him a good sandwich, maybe he'll, you know, or maybe I won't say too much. You know, I'll be a little bit more quiet. All the women
that's gonna get
know
your ass fucked up. You know how? You want to go into that how?
That's what I'm talking
Because
about.
this how it is, and you know how it is. The woman is so nice and sweet, even though he treat your ass like a dog. But just like you said, I'm gonna be nice and I'm gonna be sweet and I'm gonna pretend, and you faking a funk. Your ass not even being real, and being fake and phony is gonna get your ass caught up. Because once you be real nice and sweet, he's gonna take that for granted. And he gonna feel like, well, hell, that's how you supposed to be. I'm the motherfucking king. I tell your ass what to do. I run this shit. And you are enabling that monster to be that damn monster. Now, when your ass get tired of pretending to be this sweet person, because you're doing this because you're hoping he would change, but his ass ain't gonna change. He gonna be him. Now, once you stop doing that nice, sweet shit, oh, now you a real bitch. And he feel like he got to knock your ass down. You out of place.
Right.
And you like, I'm not out of place. I'm just being honest. Shut your ass up. You ain't never did this before. You ain't never had no back talk before. You must be fucking with another nigga. Nah.
Right.
And it goes off and on. And you wonder how you get here for being fake and phony. Keep that shit real. But
okay, I like what you just said. I appreciate that. Let me say this. Also, the flip side of that is let's just say that you never say anything and you take all that you take and you take it and you take it and you take it. It's going to come a time, whether it's 3 years, 5 years, could be 30, or one day, because he's going to keep picking and picking. He will say something. It might be subtle, but something will click, and you will knock him in the head with a hammer, and you'll never stop. See, that's the other side. Now, I'm talking about real event. I've seen these interviews with women. Sweet as a dove, gentle as a dove. You know, all this spirituality, all that. But they snapped. And so this is what, like, okay, just like the story of this woman black woman, had a daycare successful. Husband with him for years. He said this black man, black woman,
Or you can even bring up the Tasha K story where that woman threw acid on her face. She said she snapped.
Right. She snapped. Right. Okay. So the woman said that her husband, the daycare lady, that he always said he was there to help her, so she couldn't believe it. And then she showed up, and we know the ending result. So he's trash. He's a maggot. He's a scumbag. He ain't even trash. That's too nice. That's the thing, is we too nice. We are such good nurses.
Yeah, and how niceness been working for you? How niceness been working for you?
It won't work. It's not gonna never work.
And
that's
Gigi
the moral
said,
of the story.
how can I submit to a man who isn't a leader? Well, you don't have to. These men not leaders. It's because they got a ding-a-ling. You know what I'm saying? They submit because he got some dick and nuts. Okay? He don't got to have a job. They going to submit. He don't got to work. They going to submit. As long as he's slinging dick and nuts. And I guess he's so hood. And he got the look and the talk. They going to submit. Or they going to pretend to submit until it's too late.
Okay. So I want to mention something about that too. So some of that submitting, it looks like submission, but some of it is mind control and brainwashing. Some of it is a chemical relaxer. Some of it is a chemical reaction. And it could be from the chemical relaxer. Some of y'all have seen what they're saying about them now. A lot of us knew that already. But even something as simple as that, being chemically compromised and have you all out your element as the queens that we all are. You know, there's a documentary by a woman named Ricki Lake. She did one documentary called The Business of Being Born, and she has a new documentary called The Business of Birth Control. And I haven't seen it, but I saw a clip of it, but I had read the article years ago where it said that when you take birth control, that it prevents you from sniffing your right partner. basically that there's a certain smell that you have as a woman naturally and that your mate, your potential mate will have. But when you take birth control, it blocks it. See, this is the thing.
Hello? I don't know where the caller went.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So I'm here. So just something like that alone, the birth control blocking your senses, they didn't tell us that. Nobody knows that. They telling you about the egg and the sperm and the sex and the this and the that. But what about all the chemicals that you're giving us? The deodorant, the food, the birth control. Like, dang, they didn't tell us. So are we really picking? Is that probably the problem? It's got to be. So you're saying you've given me these chemicals so I won't get pregnant and, before I want to. But then you did not tell me that this will prevent me from picking the person who is compatible to me. That's where I'm saying we're at a disadvantage. Also for the fact of, yes, what you see on TV, it is a control. What you see, what kind of music you listen to, all of these are factors that come into play. What you're being taught, go get a man at church, girl. Go get a man at church, and then you go get a man at church, and now he's abusing you with the Bible in his hand. Go get it. Go to this group or go to that group, and also.
But that's why. Sorry to cut you off. That's why it's important to have a mind of your own. You got to stop listening to other people, groups, churches, family, whatever, and really think about it and question everything that you know. Question everything and really figure out who are you. Discover yourself and make sure.
And take time.
And it takes time. It took me a long time because sometimes I would question myself and my answer. I said, "Damn, why did that sound like my relative answer? That sounded like something they would say." And a lot of parts of me was identity based on other people that was close to me. It wasn't really how I felt. It was based on how they felt. So I had to really remove myself and find my own voice and my own opinion about different things that may rock other people's votes, and it's my mind and it's how I feel and it's my life, because everybody trying to convert or trying to make you feel like they feel or believe how they feel.
Right. And one thing I was hesitant to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway because I feel like women need to know. So not only is there so much opposition just in the Black community alone with everything that's taking place. Okay, I'm going to say it. In Georgia, Atlanta particularly, I believe there's between 13 to 16 CDC centers. Okay, if it's not the city of Atlanta, they're neighboring cities, but if I'm not mistaken, it is Atlanta. In the CDC, there are underground, facilities there, whatever. And for many years, decades on end, people that come from impoverished communities, when they want to go get some extra money, they say, let's say, with some young boys, they, Black boys, impoverished community, and they say, "Oh man, I'm trying to get some money or whatever," and the boys say, "Oh, you want to get some money? Oh, just go to the CDC and they just gonna give you some pills and just monitor you for a few hours, and then they'll give you some money." They've been doing this for years. They have boys right now in high school that nobody would hire them to put ketchup on a hot dog, but they got jobs at the CDC. What are they doing to them? They're letting people out of mental institutions, Black men. They're letting men out of prison right after they beat a woman to death. They let them right out. They're allowing this to happen.
That reminds me of Hunger Games.
It's that. And so and this is no conspiracy theory, and I don't get high. I'm not playing. This is for real, for real. So you could take it or you can leave it the bleep alone. So, but I'm saying it's a lot of that. You see all these crazy people. Look at their mugshots, too. That's another little homework assignment I want to give the women tonight. Look at the mugshots. I'm not going to give up what I found in thousands of photos, just analyzing it. I will give that to you at a later date, but I will tell you I found something. It's two things, actually three things I'm seeing with these nut jobs, these maggots, scum of the earth. It's majority of them. It's three things I'm seeing, and I'll leave it at that. But I'm saying that, yes, there are good men all around the world, but these men, these doggish men and abusive men, they are also global. They are also in every tax bracket, like I've mentioned before. So it's no like, well, you know, if I get a man and he's six figures, if I get a man and he dressed like this, if I get a man and he loves his mama, don't let that be the indicator that he's going to be cool for you. Because it's a lot of abusers that love their mother and grandmother. Because that's the misconception is, well, he was raised by his grandmother. So we automatically make the connection that, okay, grandmother, older woman, she must be a sweet old woman. But she would have to be a sweet young woman to be a sweet old woman. You feel me? So don't get this misconception like, oh, well, she's old and she probably was this way or whatever you done concocted up in your mind. You don't know. Then you find out later on that all her life she raising her terrible grandson, demon child, and he punching holes in her wall. She give him money. He go do something he ain't supposed to do with the money, just terrorizing her. And then if you talk to her and tell her what you're going through, she'll say it's something wrong with you. So don't fall for that either. Oh, well, he was raised with his grandmother or he was raised with his mother, so, you know, he has this bond with women. You don't know what he's been going through. You don't know if he went to jail. And another thing, too, when you meet these men, always do a background check. And what we need to do is we need to go somewhere and march or something and demand, not march, because that ain't never worked for us. We need to demand that they make a new law where all these type of men that they are under some type of like a Megan's law, but for men that do this, cowards that do this, so we can look them up and see what we see. But some abusers don't have no criminal record. And some of them won't tell you their real name. They won't tell you their real age. They won't tell you that they might be living in one state, but they done beat women in other states. So you look it up and you say, okay, well, this is something petty theft or whatever it is. And then you don't know that he been, just terrorizing all over the country, going from state to state, living with women here and there, got babies over here. No one's going to tell you. So I'm gonna get back and find out how can you do a background check for the whole nation of the United States of America so you can know when you meet this man, does he have a background and a history of abuse? And then once you know, because sometimes they don't have one, but if you know, then that should be the time when you say, you know what, I see he did this. Ask me, did he do therapy? I bet you he didn't. And if he is not doing anything to help himself, even still, get rid of him. Because once an abuser, always abuser. It's very, very, very rare that he get help and he's just the changed man. And for the record, a lot of them can't change. They can't. They'll talk that good talk. They'll take you to dinner and do the little things, and to make you feel good. And just when you think it's all good, he'll snap on you even worse than before, and you be like, damn, I know I should have left. So I'm saying it's more of that today. And the pickings is slim for everybody. For everybody. Because if it was all about, a 19-year-old being the go-to woman, wouldn't all 19-year-olds be married right now? It seemed like all the women that we see that's being murdered, they're all under 25 damn near. So if it was all about youth, what's really going on? And then you have people get married when they're 60. And I want you to know everybody's not going to get married. Everybody ain't going to get married. It's a lot of women. They're not. Ever. Never. A lot of women never been wined and dined. A lot of women never felt attracted. It's, it's to each his own. So you have to love you. And you have to get to a place where whether you are with a man or not, at whatever age, however many babies, you have to love on yourself and find something to do that you enjoy. Read a book, get a hobby, travel, whatever that is, because sometimes people start early, like, you know, get married at 19, 20. It might be cool for a minute, and then he could pass away. Then what? You know, you have a few children, so are you less than now? No. But life is going to go on. Some people get married later on and it lasts. Sometimes people die together. Some people die of a broken heart because they can't, the pain of their spouse being gone, they just want to go with them. And most times do. So I'm saying you have to, if you are 19, 20, you have to be comfortable with the idea that, wow, you know, one day, God willing, I will get older in age chronologically, because you can still look good, you know, and that will only determine how you take care of yourself, because, you know, you got some 19-year-old 20s out here very dehydrated, you know, and aging rapidly. And then you have some women that are, you know, 70 years old and they look 30, literally and figuratively. So we have to know that life is going to go on with a man or without. The sooner you can get out of a bad situation, the better. But there are more predators that are looking for prey than ever. And it is not your fault. And it is in every community, because that's the other thing. Some people think that it's in a rich community. Well, you know, over in this community, it's black people, all black, and they rich. And you think the thugs is predators. A predator with money, he can get away with all kind of stuff. You know those gold caskets that people get buried in, Gigi?
Yeah.
You know that you have to, you know, them gold caskets, you can't get those done on demand. They have to be made. And I'm not going to say no names, but I'll leave you to wonder. Someone, a high celebrity black man, had the woman buried in a gold casket, and they had it done in days. It's impossible. They don't make them that way, and you can look that up. So what I'm saying is the people that we say, oh, I want to be, oh, I wish I was with such and such a rapper, such and such and such. You have no idea. And even the ones with money, there's no exemption. It doesn't make them more integrity. It don't make them more loving. It don't make them, because he bought you this. He can get away with worse because he's so connected. And you be trying to run and can't run because they all in cahoots. You know, and so, you know, I could go on and on, you know. Just so y'all know, this is Goddess Hathor, and thank you for giving me, you know, an opportunity to speak on this topic.
Thank you for coming on and speak, because our show was begging for y'all to speak. So I thank you for doing that. And you're welcome to come by anytime and call back if you want to.
I will.
All right, we're going to let you go. Calling from 347. You're live on the air, 347.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Gigi. What's going on?
There's a lot going on. You got to come on with
Too
it.
much.
Talk to me.
Well, yes, girl. I just wanted to say two things. I agree with a lot of what everybody said before me, but as someone who works in a corporate environment and dates the quote-unquote good guy, they not good. Just because they got a good job and they was raised right, like one of the callers said, you don't know what your sons are doing to those women. You know how many of these dudes I've dated and got on a personal friendship level where they've told me, I'm rotating through all the baddest women in the black community, the doctors, the lawyers, the nurses. They running through all of them, and they're not settling down with nobody. So you can't. And then secondly, the other lady was like, I felt like also people was blaming the victim. This dating pool is polluted. Trust me. I was married at 19, got divorced by 20-something. I've been dating for years, and I like nerdy guys. Personally, that's what I like. My friends like DMX. I liked nerdy guys because I knew they was going to be the ones running shit. So those are the ones I stuck with. And just because they have a good job and look good does not mean that they are. And secondly, I'm tired of people blaming the victim. The dating pool is polluted. Like somebody else said, if you in a neighborhood full of besties, that's what you're going to date. There's not more girls who are like me who grew up in the hood and would not let them hood dudes touch you with a 10-foot pole. Most girls are going to date where they from. And I'm from the hood. I'm telling you, these guys, The good ones and the bad ones, they still the same. They pumping and they dumping. And that's what nobody wants to say. Oh, go for the educated lane. You know how many bitches he's running through? You know how many women is competing for that one man that make $150,000, $200,000 a year? That's all I have to say, Gigi. I enjoy your show.
Girl, you gonna get the shit started now. You gonna get it started now. You gonna have to call back. I'm gonna have to have you and another caller and talk about this thing. Okay?
I would love to call back. Have a good night. Enjoy your show.
And I'm glad you called in. Okay, calling 414. We doing this again? 414.
Hi, Gigi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I had called before, but I didn't know. Well, I just want to tell you, I've been listening to you for a while now, and I really do like your show. I love your content. I like how you represent for us. I mean, I really do enjoy your show. You're funny. You're hilarious. And I agree with all the callers, what they were just saying, and I agree with you, too. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that.
About coming from this case, let's be more specific with this case. What were your thoughts about it?
Well, it's very unfortunate.
Do you remember?
I don't know. Well, the headlines, I don't really know too much about the case. I don't really know too much about it, but just looking at the headlines, it is very unfortunate. And I'm not going to I know some people are saying women should choose better, but like the other callers were saying, a lot of times people date whoever is in their environment, and if that's the option, that's usually what people are going to date. But as far as people choosing to date the so-called, if you want to say thugs or street guys, and they choose them over the so-called good guys, I've seen a lot of that too. I used to see that in high school. I used to see that when my early 20s, I would see that girls, they really didn't really want a good guy. They really wanted somebody like a bad boy because they said he was more exciting to them. They said the good guys are really boring. So I don't know. A lot of times maybe that's how women are picking them, but I've also seen too women who pick the so-called good guys, they're just as worse.
Oh, okay. Well, I thank you so much. All right, we're going to let you go. Well, did y'all hear that? They saying the good guys and the bad guys are the same guys. How do y'all feel about that? Is that true? The good guys and the bad guys are the same guys? Okay, well, we're going to go into another case. So shout out to Leah YouTube channel. Okay, so this lady name, I believe, is India. Okay, she's 26, and I want you guys to listen to her story. She is a young mom too. India is the second girl you see on this picture. Hold on, the second girl you see on this picture, she's the middle. And shout out to the YouTuber Leah. Okay, so I want you, let's listen.
Anytime you're with her, it's always a good time, no matter what. When I lost my cousin, she was the first person to hug me and comfort me. I'm so sad about what happened to her. She didn't deserve this at all. She didn't bother nobody.
Police have identified a pregnant woman killed in Coleraine Township early this morning. Her name is India Kenmore. Police have not said anything about a suspect or any arrests in the case.
A 26-year-old woman was shot in her home early Saturday morning. Just last night, reports released may have occurred, but police said they still need leads in their investigation. The mother was gunned down and shot in the chest. At this time, no one knows who did it or why they did. But today, her family and friends are pleading with the public to get answers for this case.
Yeah, that's right, guys. And we spoke with a representative from the Coleraine Township Police Department behind me here who says there's not much that they can say publicly about the case at this point. But he does tell me that investigators, in their process, they're moving forward. They're headed in the right direction with this as they continue to follow up on leads.
What happened to her, she didn't deserve this at all. She didn't bother nobody.
Police have identified a pregnant woman killed in Coleraine Township early this morning. Her name is India Kenmore. Police have not said anything about a suspect.
Funny, and creative are words her family and friends used to describe her. India, who some called Nicole, was considered multi-talented in her field. To many, makeup, hair, lashes, all things beauty came natural to her. India loved expanding and learning new things. She would even go to other Black women to grow her knowledge. She was very passionate about her goals and her future. There was nothing India couldn't do. She accomplished everything she put her mind to. Family and friends in her town said she just loved making others smile. When she wasn't working on her career, she would enjoy cooking to relax. She would often share her recipes on social media with her family and friends.
I would like to get to know if you could be what kind of girl you get down for.
This showing you guys a little bit about her. But let's get to the case. How about that?
Just before 5 this morning on Hidden Meadows Drive off Hamilton Avenue. They say Kenmore was in the late stages of her pregnancy.
On March 4, 2023, officers responded around 4:39 a.m. for a reported shooting. The incident detailed report says someone broke into India's home while she, another person, and a child were inside. The 911 call came into the Hamilton County Dispatch Center at 4:33 a.m. Caller said that the shooter came through the back door of the home. By the time the local police arrived, India was suffering from a wound. Unfortunately, not long after, she was pronounced deceased at the scene. Police said she was in the late stages of her pregnancy, which ultimately resulted in the death of her baby. According to sources close to the victim, she was scheduled to be induced the same day she was found. As of Tuesday morning, there are no updates on the homicide investigation. Anyone with information is asked to contact their local authorities.
As we mentioned, this investigation is moving forward, but the Coleraine Township Police Department still says anyone with information should give them a call, let them know what they know, and may even help them get answers in this case sooner.
Friends and family of India and her unborn baby boy came together to grieve the loss. Everyone is hoping that justice is served in this case and for their loved ones. My prayers and thoughts goes to her family and her son at this time. I hope that justice is served in this case, and I hope that they find the answer.
And just like that, so many these Black girls are getting, taken out of here. And nobody knows who did it. And most likely we know it was, this report didn't say nothing about her baby daddy, which I was waiting on. But they didn't speak about her baby daddy. Her baby daddy didn't come forward because he lost his child as well. And to think that they found her body the same day she was supposed to be, in hospital to give that baby. Shit that make you say, So I'm going to read in the comments, and I want to see what they're going to say to get more information. They said she was so pretty, and her baby shower was beautiful. This is horrific. Whoever did this will burn. To shoot a pregnant woman in her chest is just sick. Hope she and her unborn gets justice. The predator is clearly someone who didn't want her to have her baby. It said only an evil, soulless animal is capable of this type of thing. We are seeing this a lot in our community, Black community. We really need to open our eyes and see what we are dealing with as far as these men go, Black men go. So many of them are cruel and purely evil. Okay? So it looked like we have a lot of speculation. The motive was they didn't want her to be pregnant. And people feel like her baby daddy has something to do with it. Okay? So rest in peace, India. Now let's go over to her. Okay? Now this case deals with the lady at the end. And I believe her name is Nicole. Okay? Now let's listen to Nicole's story. And I'm going to open up the lines back up.
Someone needs to be
Nicole's voice, and I'm her older sister. I feel like the system failed her. He wasn't protected at all.
Crawford was convicted over the summer of assaulting Bullock while her child was with her. Yet he got no prison time, only probation. That's the reason Polite says her sister is not alive today.
Durham police are investigating a murder after they found a dead woman Sunday morning at a hotel. Shortly after 8 a.m., police responded to a call about a heart attack on Residence Inn Boulevard near Apex Highway. Once they arrived, police found a 29-year-old mother of 5. Shockingly, the man charged with the murder of the mother was said to be her ex-boyfriend. And according to her sister, she had a protective order for her ex-boyfriend to stay away from her and her children.
Who protected Nicole?
Do you love getting high, but smoking hurts your lungs?
Okay, that's the commercial.
You covered.
So we're gonna have to let this commercial play. But
her words was, "I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what he's gonna do to me." She has 5 boys that we have to raise without their mom. Justice for Nicole. Justice for her kids. Life in prison.
And nurturing. Nicole was a young mother that focused majority of her time at work and with her children. According to her sister, Nicole was a hard-working, dedicated, loving mother of 5 boys, ages 2 to 13. Sadly, the loving mother endured some very dark moments, even during her pregnancies with her boys. Dating back to a few years ago, her ex-boyfriend, Rodney Crawford, became the cause of a lot of her pain. Court documents obtained by WRAL gave a little more insight into the couple's past. Rodney reportedly attacked Nicole in May 2021 in front of one of her children, and she requested and was granted.
did y'all hear that? He attacked her in front of the children. Now, this nigga, he's older than her. Attacked her in front of the kids. What type of nigga is this? Huh? What type of niggas are we dealing with today? Who raising these niggas? Who raising them? I'm gonna need y'all to call in. Okay. I'm
For your
gonna
show now, press 1
I'm about
to
to
hear
press
important.
1 now.
Your show is scheduled to start in 30 seconds.
You hear? The show is about to start. So I'm gonna need y'all to call in and help me weigh in on this.
A protection order against him.
In her own words and her own handwriting, Bullock describes what happened in her motion seeking a domestic protection order. She says Crawford came to her home
Your
while
show
she
will go
and her
live in
child
5
were
seconds.
asleep in
4,
bed. She says
3,
he punched
2,
in her
1.
own handwriting.
Okay, we're gonna have to listen that again
Blog
because
Talk Radio.
this radio show. But y'all need to listen and hear what she said in her writing before she died about her boyfriend. And y'all need to call in about this shit.
Bullock describes what happened in her motion seeking a domestic protection order. She says Crawford came to her home while she and her child were asleep in bed. She says he punched her numerous times, beating her so severely her right eye was fractured. On another occasion, she describes being beaten while pregnant with his child to the point that every time my eye would come in contact with light, my eye would hurt so bad. Another time, she wrote that he followed her home, grabbed her by the hair and dragged her, headbutted her and punched her, then forcibly cut off her hair with a pair of scissors. In another instance, she wrote, "I'm afraid of what he may do next."
But that was not the beginning of their issues. Corey Frost, a lawyer with the legal aid of North Carolina who helped Nicole with her protection order, said Nicole had to fight to obtain protection, although she was abused.
Corey Frost with legal aid is the attorney who helped her get that.
My hope is that, her death is a reminder or wake-up call to folks in the community.
He says judges have a lot of discretion to provide resources to domestic violence survivors. He wants them to use that more often.
What I see in my practice across the state, a reluctance on the part of judges to take full advantage of the relief that they are permitted to grant under the law.
Unfortunately, the abuse never came to an end. Although Nicole was at the point in her life where she was just focused on her children and even purchased a new home for them.
That's so nice. She bought a new home for her kids, you know. And these women really can do bad by they can do good by themselves. You know, they really don't need these niggas. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I know it's the sin in the black community to tell a black woman you don't need these niggas.
Murdered at a hotel, and police aren't buying the story they were told.
Nicole Bullock often feared for her safety when she...
Ain't she gorgeous? Hold on, let's look at that picture again.
They were told.
Look. This girl is gorgeous. Ain't she gorgeous, y'all? Look at her smile. Look. This girl is gorgeous. She have a gorgeous smile. Gorgeous eyes. Girl, Nicole, you are gorgeous, honey. And to think that man was punching her in her eye, headbutting her, whooping her ass like a nigga on the streets. Even when she was pregnant with his child, he was still whooping that ass until he took her up out of here.
Police aren't buying the story they were told.
Nicole Bullock often feared for her safety when she was around Rodney Crawford, so much so she took out this domestic violence protection order around this time last year. It was still in effect.
Shortly after 8 a.m. Sunday, Durham police responded to a call about a heart attack on Residence Inn Boulevard near Apex Highway. Upon arrival, officers found Nicole laying on the bed, dead. After an internal investigation, police arrested her ex-boyfriend, Rodney, who police said is in fact her child's father, charged him with the murder, and issued a search warrant. According to search documents, Rodney called 911 and told officers Nicole called him to come over to the hotel, and after he got there, they started arguing over a cell phone. Then a tussle started, which led to the incident in which he said he didn't mean for this to happen. Police haven't confirmed if he was called to the hotel. They only confirmed to the media that Rodney has a history of DV and trespassing against the same victim. On Monday, police announced Rodney Crawford, 33, is currently being held without bail at the Durham County Jail, and police have not said how Nicole died, why he was there, or why he might have murdered her. Friends and family of Nicole hopes that justice is served in this case. Right now, they are crowdfunding for her 5 children, and they hope this story can help someone else.
It absolutely means a lot to see how much Nicole was loved, but if you honestly knew Nicole to know Nicole, it's not a shock. Nicole took all of the steps to protect herself. This is an issue that she had been experiencing since 2021.
She didn't deserve to die the way she did. It's tragic. I feel like the system just failed her. They failed her boys. They didn't protect her, nor I feel like they didn't protect the boys either, because now they have to grow up without a mom. When Nicole was 2 years old, we lost our mom. Our mom was murdered. She was 2. It's like history repeated itself. To all the women out there that's going through the things that Nicole's going through, if they can hear me now, I don't want no family should go through what we're going through. You got to get out. You got to do something.
As you guys know, I am from North Carolina as well, so anytime I see stories from back at home, it touches me in a different way. She looks like my relatives, so I will continue to...
I'm gonna need y'all to call in about this mother of 5. We need to hear what you guys have to say about this. Because as you see, this is a trend that's going on in your community. What you gonna do about it? It is a trend that is going on in your community. Calling from 631, you're live on the air.
Yes, I wanted to add this. Some people, let me give this example so everyone could feel me what I'm about to say. There was a little girl at a birthday party, and her aunt said, I just love Michael Jackson. I've always loved Michael Jackson. And the little girl, she was like 7. She said, but Auntie, he's a white man. And everybody looked and started laughing because she's 6. So all she sees is what she sees now. She don't know what he used to look like, back in the day from 5 to when he died, up until he started bleaching and all of that. We knew him as a brown man, afro, the whole 9 yards. Today's time, the reason why everybody or a lot of people are speaking about these things with these black queens is because this shit is not normal. This is not how it was. All the things that people have to worry about, taking Ubers and just walking, going out of town with your friends. I'm not saying bad things have not happened in the past. I'm not saying that it hasn't been crazy niggas all along. This we know, but never like this. Oh no, it wasn't like this. This is something else. This is way different. That's why we're so adamant about bringing it up. It was never people like, even on the news, it wasn't even like this. So for anyone who doesn't know that, because there's so many people that think today's norm, it's just always been this way. No, it wasn't. No, it was not. From this topic on down. No, it wasn't. So please understand that. This shit is like on another planet weird. And it's starting to be so common. This is every day, every week. Every state, and more 9 times out of 10 in the black community in the South, on the West Coast, on the East Coast, in the Midwest, So that's why it keeps coming. It needs to be out there, but it's something wrong, and you don't see other like, oh, it was an Asian man that did it to a black woman, or it's black on black. And these women, if you see the pictures of them, they're beautiful women. They're gorgeous. With the filter and without. Good moms. That house looked very clean to me. So it's like you do all that you do as a woman, but then you're still getting abused. It's not the women. It's the men. It's not the women. I'm not saying all women are guiltless, but it's not them. Or guilty, rather. It's them. But what has happened to get them to be this way collectively? And I want to give other people a chance. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So call in.
All right.
She want to open up the question. She said, why are men like this? So if you have any answers, call in. Why are these black men so evil? Why are they taking out these women left and right? I say they taking them out because they can get away with it. If these black men know, if I do this shit and I'm going to get caught and I'm going to do a long time, some still would do it. But I think less will not. But you already see. She already had a case against him, and he got out, and that's why they said the system has failed. They are allowing these killers and people out of jail. And these niggas know it. They know what time it is. Just like they know when tax season time is. So feel free to call in. Right now, we don't have any callers. I've been talking for a long time. So I need you guys to call in to help me with this thing. Because I've been talking all day. I got a headache right now. They said now 5 children lost their mother without a father. Yeah, 5 boys. Ain't that something good like 808? It's these drugs they be on. Maybe, but I don't know if all these men are on drugs. That's ones that's doing all this killing. And don't 50 Cent TV show come on tonight? I gotta watch that. Yeah. So comment, is it spiritually? The patriarchy wants this. Well, Moon Goddess, I like how you talk about the patriarchy. Can you call in, Moon Goddess, and talk more about the spirituality patriarchy? I'm calling from 540. You're live on the air.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm watching your show, and the thing that you said, I'm thinking about what the problem is, and I believe the problem is narcissism. Black men probably have a lot of narcissism because a lot of the insane, evil things that you see them doing to women. If you think about everything that a narcissist does, narcissists tend to hate children, so maybe that's why black men are so good at just abandoning them. And a lot of what they do tends to be, it's about them getting attention and, getting respect and stuff from people. And I think that they get annoyed with women because women need to be loved and cared for, and they don't want to do that. I really can't, I've never really thought about it that much. Like, I always think of a white guy when I hear the term narcissism, but I mean, it does sound like that, like there's some Machiavellian kind of, stuff going on in them. And I also believe, a lot of the childhood trauma and a lot of black men have, narcissistic families. Church plays a role in that, in my opinion. Sometimes, there's a lot of covert abuse and stuff like that. And a lot of them don't know how to cope with that. They don't know how to get over that stuff. A lot of them hold on to that stuff until they're like 56 years old or older. And, like black dudes just, I don't think, black men are becoming more like incels, you know what I mean? And that's another thing that, I would only think of white guys when I hear that. I would think of, a white man who's an incel. I feel like I would never expect a black man to actually be like that for some reason.
Why did you think black men would not? Who told you they weren't not? Like, what made you think so?
I'm thinking about it from just, not really thinking about the culture, but just looking at the behavior in and of itself. Like, nobody does what they do for no reason. They do what they do because of something in them. And the scary thing about it is that, they're so good at hiding that. Men in general are so good at hiding their emotions if they're even not, like, receptive to it at all. And so, even though, it doesn't seem like it, I believe that's what it is.
Okay, can we go with that? Because you said something that I guess it is a trigger. You said black men are good at hiding their emotion. And from my understanding, they were raised as little boys to say, don't show your emotion because if you do, you're a punk. Yeah. You're not a man. Men don't show their emotion. Men do not cry. So a lot of times they were raised and groomed to be soldiers, and we all know soldiers is not human. Soldiers are meant to go and to kill and to eliminate. But soldiers do not
Right.
feel on the field. Soldiers is not going to cry. Soldiers is not going to think. Soldiers is going to do what they've been told. Soldiers are not leaders. A lot of times you look
Right.
at leaders and soldiers are two different things. You're not going to see Biden. You ain't going to see Putin get in the wrestling ring wrestling with motherfuckers. You know why? Because they're leaders. They're going to get the soldiers, the muscles, to go out here and do the work. And if the soldiers died, then hell, that's just a casualty. A soldier's doing what they're
Right.
doing. But a lot of them, a lot of these men, these black men are meant to be trained to be soldiers. That's why you got so many soldiers in a gang affiliated. And they don't mind
Yes.
dying at a young age because they know
That is
they're
such a good point.
soldiers. So they are soldiers for their war, whatever that is. You know, they have a soldier mind mentality. They're not human. But go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, and on that point about like soldiers not having feelings, when they don't really get a lot of good in life, they're the only good that they get is like the suffering of other people. You know what I mean? Like lots of black men could be sociopathic, they could be psychopathic, and they could also have narcissistic tendencies because narcissism on its own probably won't turn into that much stuff. But I think a majority of the world is narcissists. Like everybody might have a little bit of that in them, but for the most part,
Miss Panther. No, I'm not. No, I'm not giving more damage. What you say, Miss Panther? Hold on. Miss Panther, Gigi, are you giving them more excuses to do evil, to take away responsibility? No, I'm simply saying it comes from somewhere. A baby don't come out the womb being emotionless. Emotion is a natural thing. Everybody has emotion. But when these kids are coming of age, they are trained and they are bullied to hide their emotion. They are told, don't show that part of you. Hide that shit. Bury that shit. They are beaten down because they show emotion. That's what I'm saying, which cause more of the chaos when they get grown. You understand? But go ahead.
yeah. And I think another thing that we as black people need to do, we gotta get on like how we treat each other in relationships, because that I believe is the start of all of it. A lot of these young boys and young girls get mistreated by the parents because they're falling out, and that I think is what starts that stuff off. It starts the narcissism. It might start off the sociopathy or the psychopathy because they go through traumatic events that like I've recently learned that narcissism, like the abuse from a narcissist, can cause brain damage, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of that is mental and emotional abuse, let alone the physical stuff. So a lot of the conflict, going on between parents when they're supposed to be nurturing these kids, they're treating the kids as worse than the person that they're with, and that like is really, it's damaging a lot of black men a lot, and nobody's really paying attention to that. Like it's like a weird mix of our culture and the issues that it's creating, and then like our beliefs. Like we gotta kind of take a step back and look at everything and really understand how the way that we live and what we believe is really important, and that stuff affects everything we do. Because, I remember growing up in a household where I was being mistreated because my mom mistreated other people and they didn't like her, and so the next thing that they could do was mistreat me. And so, they're emotionally, a lot of it was like insults. A lot of black people grew up, getting butt whoopings and stuff like that. But for me, it's like they're saying evil things like you're not going to be anything when you grow up. You're going to be a bum. You're going to be this. You're going to be that. And, I don't think they realize, that can actually really mess up a child. That'll mess up a child's view of the world growing up without that kind of love. Like a lot of these dudes probably don't know what to do. So, they're more than willing to give themselves into the gang rivalry because that's, they're really in it to be loved and stuff like that. Like that's what I feel like every person is looking for deep down. And like we need to fix this. Like I don't understand, where gang rivalries come from, because I feel like that's a system that we have to like fight. We have to fight that somehow. And these are like groups of people, organized groups of people. Like we got to start teaching kids, to understand the world. And like I'm starting to. I've been having lots of I've been deconstructing everything. I've been deconstructing Christianity, deconstructing the economy and like politics. And this world isn't really built fair, Like there's a lot of stuff that we should know how to do ourselves. Like we shouldn't be relying on these companies for food, and we shouldn't be relying on the companies for like clothes and stuff like that. We like the way that we live is partially why we're suffering so much economically. We need to be doing stuff ourselves. And one of the smartest things that we can do as a community is learn this stuff and start helping each other out. Start, teaching each other stuff, supporting other black businesses. And we need to be educated on what wealth actually is, because
that sound good, and I heard all those talking points. But I got a problem with that. When y'all want to force me to support black businesses, first, can y'all please tell black businesses to be respectful? Huh? Can y'all start there? Tell black businesses to be on time. Tell black businesses to stop overcharging. Tell black businesses to respect other black people. Can y'all do that first before y'all force me to support somebody just because they black and they treat me like shit and overpricing and changing prices every time I come over there?
Yeah, I don't own a business. I didn't think about that.
I'm just saying.
But that's true too.
Y'all need to teach them, have the shit fresh. Be respectful. When to me, I'm not pro-black. I tell you. I know you probably pro-black, and that's your prerogative, but I'm not pro-black. I'm pro whoever treat me good. I don't give a damn who it is. If you treat me good, baby, I'm going to be thankful. Okay? I don't give a fuck. How about that?
Yeah, I respect that.
I think if you want to get me to be pro-black, and I think that's what you want to do, it sounds like you want to push an agenda for black people to be more supportive of black people, right? That's an agenda.
I more or less want to fix the problems that I see.
Well, you got an agenda. Do you have an agenda or not?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, you got an agenda.
So
I'm going to tell you how you can get me to be a part of your damn agenda, okay? Now, if I go up to these McDonald's and Wendy's and shit, and I'm greeted by black people, now if they're nice and respectful and they have my shit hot and fresh without no funky ass attitude, that would make me a little bit more easy about supporting black businesses. When I go to Walmart and I'm dealing with these motherfuckers, it doesn't help that they got nasty attitudes, okay? And they half-ass do shit.
Yeah.
And when I go down the street or to the suburbs, my shit always nice and fresh. They always so damn polite and say thank you, ma'am, and all this.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I want to spend business, spend my money where I'm appreciated. I don't give a damn about no color. I'm going to spend when I'm appreciated. And if these black businesses don't know how to appreciate their own people, I'm not going to support it. So that's what I got to say about that. But go ahead.
Yeah. For me, I'm only like 25, but I'm interested.
Okay, hold on. Suet says, that's not black owned, but they work for people. That's not black owned, but that's black representation. If you're working there and you're black, you are representing black people. Wherever you go in public, you are representation. When you go out here, Susie Q, and you're nasty to people, you're representing your own people. When you're nice and polite to people, you're representing your people. You are all representation, okay? So we all have to be mindful to treat each other nice and respectful. But go ahead.
Yeah, like we need to start. We should start learning how to do things ourselves and literally building our own communities. Like this housing crisis, that's going on where rent is being raised to like 3 or 6 times, the normal rate. Like we shouldn't look at that as if it's normal. Like we should learn to look at everything that these companies are doing like a privilege because that's not something they have to do for us. And when they fail, we do
Okay,
have to suffer.
Gigi
And us
said,
not.
sorry to cut you off, why are we viewed as a
You could,
monolith? I don't view y'all as a monolith, Gigi. But if you're talking about being black owned, pro-black, isn't that a monolith agenda? I don't know. Caller 540. Do you feel like being pro-black, do you think that's a monolith? Like you want all black people to move the certain way and you want all black people to support black builders? Because I tell you right now, the reputation that black people have and what I experience hiring black people, they some lazy motherfuckers, okay? I'm not going to feel good about buying a house from these black niggas because I'm like, damn, did they do the shit right? And then they going to overcharge. Black people have a big ass problem with overcharging. And I'm going to be for real. They overcharge the fuck out of you.
Well, when it comes to how these individual businesses run, I'm not sure. You know what I mean? Like you like what I'm saying is like we black people should like take a different approach to life altogether. Because we shouldn't be relying on any business for what we need to survive. So that includes black owned businesses.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you one more time. How realistic is this? Because I don't see this being my generation or my world. Maybe I'm a Debbie Downer. But how realistic is this shit?
It's as realistic as us learning how to do it and then getting the resources to actually do it.
Who gonna start it?
That's all it takes. It's gonna have to take. It's black people. It shouldn't be like we shouldn't be looking for a black president. You know what I mean? Like we need to kind of.
Well, once y'all get that shit together, let me know, okay? I support y'all on y'all shit, okay? Once y'all get y'all shit together, I let me know. I support y'all on y'all shit. I pray for y'all. How about that?
Yeah, that works. That's cool.
Cause I know it's gonna be some drama. Ooh, it's gonna be some shit. I can see it now.
By the way, to answer the person that was on the chat, I don't think black people should be a monolith. Like I think, one thing, like I see that kind of in white people, and I know they don't even like that because they get mad at each other. Like white people have problems just like black people do, and like what I'm saying is like the systemic issues we need to take control over and we need to fix. We shouldn't be looking for another race to do everything for us. We should begin to take some of the responsibility. Because living in America, a lot of us are probably spoiled. A lot of us don't even know how to grow vegetables, and that's not really a good thing. It's like the way that reality works versus what we think is possible and how life has been is two different things. And
I
like
got
I said,
another
black
question, and I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah.
Okay, now when you say black people, are you talking about just what they call it? ADOS? Are you talking about ADOS? Are you talking about Jamaicans too?
Anybody who has dark skin, anybody.
Okay,
who has
so you
African
talking about
or
dark
black in their
skinned
blood.
Mexicans too? Dark skinned Mexicans?
Yeah.
Dark
Anybody,
skinned
you know what I mean?
Indians? So as long as you have a dark skin.
What I should say is that maybe like us, those of us who
And then a lot of people gonna see that as kind of the R word. You know that, right?
What if
that you saying that you want to discriminate with the other races? You want everybody to have dark skin. That's who you're talking about. You want everybody to have dark skin and come together.
No, I mean like in America, like descendants of slaves. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, then that's
problem,
ADOS. But everybody that's black in America are not a descendant of slaves.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Like I said, because I see, the issue both, with our finances, with, our skills, like all the stuff that we're not doing well because of it does connect to slavery, and because that population of America is doing the worst for the most part.
I want you to talk to?
Who?
DeSantis. Ron DeSantis. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
You talking all this shit and you don't know what's going on in the politics world right now with Ron DeSantis. He might be your president next year or in 2 years. Ron, look him up. I want you to look him up. Ron DeSantis. I believe the governor of Florida. He the one that's about to cancel all the black Kappas, and he's anti-woke. He canceling a whole bunch of shit. Yeah.
Is he the same dude that's been attacking like the transgender stuff?
Yeah, everything. Black, trans, everything. Yeah, so it'd be interesting you talk to him about this, because I bet you, child, it's going to be something. But I appreciate you calling. We're going to let you go at this time. All right. Okay, so going to the next call. Calling from 252. You're live on the air.
Hey, Gigi. I was calling because you were saying you wanted to talk some about the patriarchy.
Yeah, go ahead, girl.
Okay, well, this I don't know if everybody is ready for this, but I've been doing a lot of research on this because I wanted to know, like, what in the heck is going on. I mean, like, where did this all come from, Gigi? Like, what it's been going on for so long. From my understanding, and I have even documentation of maps and all that, girl, this is deep. From my understanding and from my research, and even spiritually, tapping in with ancestors, this started back way before 400 years ago. It started back when they took down they didn't write about it in history. And I know I could tell you the books on it so y'all could do more research. It started when they took down Mommy Water and her daughters. People not ready for this, but it was the woman goddess. It was called Mommy Water. That's who the Catholic priest worship. He worships a black Madonna, and he worships a black sun. So that is the personification of Isis or whatever. That's the
I
queen
think
of heaven.
you may be going too deep because I'm getting lost.
Yeah, I am, but I'm gonna bring it up to this. It was a war.
Can we hurry it up?
Yeah, we're gonna hurry it up. I'm gonna speed it up real fast. So what happened was when they took down the matriarchy, they say the women were ruling. When they came over here to colonize, they said the black woman, the big mamas owned everything. Now they ain't tell us this in the books. They saying that when they married those French men, they made them think that they needed protection. So when they married those men, those Spanish and French men, they got ownership of the land. So that took away the power of the woman, and it made it so the women, had to depend on the man's income. So that oppressed the women and all that. I'm fast forwarding it on up. I'm speeding it up. So that they didn't tell us they murdered a lot of the women. They graded them. It was forced pregnancies, forced marriages. That's why when we look in our history books, we see those biracial children that were the bloodlines over in those royal kingdoms. Remember how Queen Elizabeth said that she had a black ancestor? Remember she was Queen Charlotte? Those are one of those children they took the children from the mothers and the fathers raised them. So by the fathers raising these children, they was taught to hate and taught to not want anything to do with their African heritage from the mother. So we talking about thousands and thousands of years of the patriarchy raising these children, and this mindset of the woman is the weak, woman is a weaker vessel. The woman don't supposed to speak because they was afraid of that Mama Water, that black woman, that indigenous. Because we're really not black, we're people of color. But they was afraid of that feminine energy, and I'm gonna fast forward it on up and add it up with this. That's that energy that they divided the man from. They divided us with the man's supposed to act a certain way and the woman's supposed to act a certain way. And it has been suppressed, and that's why we're out of balance. Even the women, you notice, a lot of times the mother coming on up to in the 60s and stuff, when we had the Jim Crow and the slavery and all this and that, they was protecting the son, smothering them because they was afraid they was going to get hurt. And the father was abandoning the daughter because either he wasn't there or he was murdered. You know, a lot of times they was, you know, killing those black men so that it wasn't nobody in the home. And the son was smothered because the mother wanted to protect him. So a lot of times that's why you see the women were acting masculine. That's why a lot of times they acting masculine now, because they had to tap into that masculinity to survive. You know, they had to protect themselves. The boy was the man. You know, we have a lot of black male worship in our society. It's a lot of black male worship that's been going on for a long time too, and it's a lot of different treatment in the home. You know, in our home sometimes they treat the woman, the girl, differently than they treat the son. I don't know if this is everybody, but I have researched this. I've seen a lot of times where that girl is treated, you know, a certain way, but that boy, you know, he's, you know, smothered. And then sometimes, you know, even if it's two parents in the home, it's not a balance there, you know, because we've been indoctrinated and brainwashed. So we're out of balance. This is a war. It's a spiritual war. It's a spiritual battle. And what we in this year is it's the rise of the feminine energy. So spiritually, they're feeling threatened, and it's waking up to the truth. I mean, imagine if you've been taught something all your life and you think, well, I'm in control and I'm stronger than the woman. And you realize that spiritually you don't know what it is, but you're like, well, I don't have it all together like I thought. This woman might really do know how to run this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because when women rule, it won't no wars going on, and it won't all this mess with these men having to. I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm going to just be real. When the women was ruling, it was no wars and everybody was equally wealthy. It was none of this mess. It went from sexism, meaning oppressing the woman, to racism, where they discriminate against color, to classism now. We there now, where it's all about, you know, how much money you got in wealth, because now the 1% has taken control. So they say that the indigenous men made a deal with the European, the Roman people, you know, and they was going to oppress the women. Well, they didn't hold their end of the bargain up, because look, now the 1% hold all the power and they whipping the brothers. You know what I'm saying? And this happened way before our time. This happened a long time ago. So we looking at now the rise of the feminine energy again, because Mama, you know, Mother Earth, they call her Daughter Earth, Mama Universe, you know, the righteous Father Spirit, you know, there is a Heavenly Father. It's time for it to go back to what it used to be. So, you know, it's a struggle. They going out with a fight, but I'm gonna tell you this. It's a change has already come. It don't look like it. It don't look like it. But it's the men and the women. It's not just the men. We got to learn to. We done been masculine long enough. We done been warring long enough. We done been bitter long enough. We done been mad and hurt and hateful. If we don't rise up in unconditional love and healing, then a lot of people gonna be. It's time for a reset, a reboot. It's time for rebirth, death, and transformation. I'm not talking about physical death either. I'm talking about spiritual death. It's time to let this stuff go. We have been indoctrinated and brainwashed. Most of the stuff we have been taught is not the truth. It's not. And when I realized this, I grew up as a Pentecostal holiness Christian. Imagine how I felt when I woke up and realized what was really going on. It's a lot. And the people, you know, we got to show love, because everybody might not get it this time. But at the same time, if we don't learn to unite and don't worry about it's me, myself, and I, because look at us now. We've been so capitalistic trying to admire the oppressor, and they telling us, don't worry about them, I'm just worrying about me. We didn't realize that we raised our children good, but they got to go out here and deal with these sociopathic children, where I counseled a man. He said his mama put him out of the house when he was 8 years old. That's what your children got to go out here and deal with, that you took to the vacations during the summer, that they went to church on Sunday, and that they ate at the dinner table. They got to go out here and deal with these people that their mama threw them in the trash can. So we are one. We left the village mindset alone because they killed all the elders and chiefs and the women, the holy women, and the wise women, which they call witches. You know, that's where that come from, wise women. But they had, the witch trials and stuff, and they indoctrinated the children. And this is not even our native language that we speaking. So we waking up, you know what I'm saying? It's hard on everybody, but if we don't go ahead and get it, it's gonna be a lot of it's got to be destroyed before it can be rebuilt, because this system was built off of a lie. It was built off of a lie. Basically everything we learned is not true. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I've been at the point where I was angry with the men, I was angry with my ex and all this and that, but I had to come to a place of love and forgiveness. Not saying that I'm going to lay down and let nobody run over me, but I had to realize what unconditional love is. Unconditional love is realizing that we are one. Just like I say I had a bad relationship, well, what attracted me to that person? If I was attracted to that person, they were attracted to me, it's something in me that I need to work on so that I can fix it, so that, you know, maybe if I can't be with them, I can love them from a distance and heal myself and send healing to that person. Now, I ain't saying nobody stay there and let nobody hurt you or take you out or nothing like that, but we are one. I'm not better than nobody else. I had to realize that. It's not about me and my kids and my family doing good. What affects me affects everybody else, and what affects everybody else affects me. You know, we're going to have to learn to rise in love. That's a vibration. That's the highest vibration. And that's something we ain't been using. We don't know what no love is. We ain't seen no examples of no unconditional love. You know what I'm saying? You know, we've been so bitter and fighting and warring because we can't help it. We don't know who we are. We don't know the truth. We've been lied to. We've been bamboozled, you know what I'm saying? But we waking up now. You know, and it's sad. Don't let this stuff distract you. It's gonna be some people that's gonna leave here. You know what I'm saying? It don't sound good, but they taught us over here in the Western world that death is bad. But death is a part of life, and it's horrible when people get taken out tragically like this. It's horrible when somebody takes a beautiful young mother life like this. But it's going to be to the point where the people that will not let those old mindsets go and that they will not reset and reboot, they are going to be, you know, they're going to have to go somewhere and sit down. I see people right now that have been very oppressive to other women. I'm talking about not just men, but I see patriarchal women now. They having to go sit down. God's sitting them down because it's time for a change. It's time to let that old mindset go. It's time to reset and reboot. You know, the truth is going to hurt before it heal you. And before, you know what I'm saying, it sink in, it's going to hurt because we've been lied to, all of us. That's why I got to the point where I'm not bitter at anybody or blaming my mother or my grandmother or my ex, because we all been messed over. You know what I'm saying? We are in this together. Yeah, it's wrong that we got these men out here that's sociopathic and stuff, but really, I hold accountability. We created this because we left the village. We didn't know, but just because you don't know, what it say, ignorance is not an excuse. You know what I'm saying? So we can't say, well, you know, these people, you know, did somebody raise them? You know what I'm saying? We were so concerned about me, myself, and I know I was. Now I'm about the humanity, about the community. And I used to be about it, but I was in that Christian mindset where I was like, yeah, you know, I know I'm holy, and I know I go to church, and I know I'm not sinning. See, that's that self-righteousness. See, the ancestors had to sit me down, and I had to get the right heart, the right intent, and learn what unconditional love is. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say, Gigi.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, I thank you. You know, I just had to let you get it on out. All right. Well, hopefully you inspire people to call in. Thank you so much. We're going to let you go. Calling from the next caller. Calling from 678. You are live on the air.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening, baby. Talk to me.
Yeah, well, she spoke a lot of truth and a lot of knowledge.
Juicy, hey, Juicy.
This ain't no Josie. This ain't Juicy.
Girl, don't make me laugh. Oh, shit. Hold on. Shut up.
It ain't Juicy, but I can get Juicy.
Girl, stop. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Miss Juicy.
I'm going to get Juicy on the line.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's cool. What my big ass did. Go ahead.
It's cool. You tired. Everybody tired. But me, I'm on more of the solution. I know what all the damn problems are, and with the men and everything, we talk about it all the time, but I think drastic, you know, it done got drastic now. So you have to get get measured. Drastic measures on these men. So I think they do need to lock them up. I mean, that's the problem. They keep letting them out. If a guy beat up on a woman, I think if they give them 3 to 5 years right off the bat with no bail, I think it'll cut it down. But they too soft on crime. And we hear it all the time. They be like, well, it's black on black, so we don't care. So what we need to do is vote the ones out that have the power to change the laws. You have to get them out of there and get people in there that's going to actually enforce. You know what I mean? They have to enforce the laws. So if these niggas is not getting out on bail, the woman will be turning them in more. But because they get out, that's how they're killing the women. So truthfully, they need to keep their ass in jail. Lock them up and keep them there. And these other guys will see that. Oh, they ain't playing now. You hit a woman or you beat a woman so bad that you get locked up, you're not getting any bail and you're not getting out. And so I think they just need to get tough on crime. Because, we always talk about, how someone grew up, the influence of who they've been around, and blah, blah, blah. But it comes a point in your life where you can see what works and what don't work. Okay, and you need to grow up and handle your business. And if you can't do that, and you're just going to be in the home causing problems, all right, or killing women or whatever you're doing, you need to be locked up. You don't deserve to be out in society. You know what I'm saying? You haven't earned your spot. It's just like someone say, what's the use of being here if you're nothing but a bump on the log and you don't contribute to society, you don't do anything positive, but cause destruction. Well, you don't deserve to be here. Because you shouldn't be amongst decent people. If you causing chaos or you killing folks or you robbing and all these different things, that's why they lock people up. So I think a lot of this killing will stop if they would lock these people up first time, no bail, and they see how long they sit there. Because they don't deserve to be out in society if they're not a decent human being. They have no right to be killing anyone. Okay? Even the people in the Ten Commandments, they say, thou shalt not kill. So where do they get the right to kill and still walk the streets? So I'm just saying, let's start using some basic common sense. Vote these people out that's not locking these people up and keeping them there. And vote them out or get them out. Now, on my behalf, with my family members, I would be locked up because I'm not going to wait till the slow laws and all. They wait so long to change the laws, for one thing. You got to do all this marching and pleading and begging for them to lock somebody up that killed your family member. So for me, personally, I would just get the person, and you would definitely find out where your loved ones is if you just sit them in the chair and put fire to their balls. They'll tell you. But, they're not using the measures for the drastic things that's going on, I feel. So that's what needs to happen, Gigi. If you want something to change, you have to change it. Okay, this stuff been going on too long and too often. Every week, some nigga done took out a young lady over nothing because she's pregnant or whatever, or they don't want to pay child support. I mean, niggas done got so bad, they would run from the police that's getting ready to lock them up and say, because I don't want to pay child support. It's ridiculous. And some states will lock them up over child support. But, I mean, we all know it could be prevented. But I'm just saying, once a Negro get to, men, period, I just say men. Once they get to that point where they start killing women on the regular and doing all this demonic, evil stuff, they need to be locked up and the keys thrown away. Start putting them all in a spot because they building more jails. So, if they don't know how to act in society, they shouldn't be in society. That's the way I feel about it. And I believe that it changed a lot of it because for things to change, you have to have a change. You cannot keep doing the same things. It's not working. So they need to step back and look at the situation. That's what I do all the time in my life. If something ain't working, I step back and I look at it and see why it ain't working, and then I get rid of it. So I'm thankful that I have never been hung up on a dick to the point where I didn't get rid of it if it wasn't serving me no purpose. I never stayed with no man. Now, I have never been beat up by a man for the simple fact that I go toe to toe. Okay, but I'm just saying, I would never, trust me, if a man had beat me up, he wouldn't be here, and you know where I would be, because I was raised that way. My mom and them and their sisters were strong women. You know what they used to do? If a man hit one of their sisters, all those sisters used to go, and it's a lot of them, to the man house, and they used to whoop that man behind, and he wouldn't tell who whooped us behind, but he didn't ever put his hand on another one of those women. So, you know, drastic things, you have to have drastic measures. And that's just the way I handle stuff. I don't believe in all that love stuff unless the man treat me right. You have to go by how a man is treating you. And these young ladies, they don't make the man even work for their affection or anything. They just think, oh, I like him, he like me, we go to bed together. And this is why it's no respect. You know what I'm saying? They don't have anything going on today but this, you know, I like him, he like me, we go to bed, we make a baby. You know what I mean? How could the man even respect that? So, of course, he's going to abuse that situation because he don't even care about the girl. So if the young ladies will realize the men don't care about you because there's no challenge to you, they could go lay down with anybody. You have to have respect for yourself. You don't know much about the man, but you lay down, let him talk you into it, no protection, no nothing, and now you got this baby. You lose your life behind this stuff. And if you see all of these killings, and you're a young lady out here, whether you're in college or whatever, wouldn't that kind of break you up and say, I'm not going to go down that road? You know, different from any other little chick to him. So, you know, they need to just open their eyes, and you definitely have to make a change on how you deal with this situation. You know, I tell mothers all the time, I'm sorry what happened to your daughter. I know women now that lost their daughter like that. And I just be like, she said, well, I had conversations with her, and I had this and that. I said, it has to be a lot stronger and a lot deeper than conversations. And then on the other hand, like I said, it need to be, the laws need to be changed. Just like what's happening with, you know, Sharon Quiller. There's no way those 6 should have been running around. No way. Even when they got back here, they should have been locked up, or at least the girl that they had on the video. Should have been locked up right away. You see an assault right there. You know what they trying to do, Gigi? They trying to now say we don't see what we see on the video. It comes down to the video now. You see something, and they want to say, oh, you didn't see what you saw. That's total BS. You know what I'm saying? That witch should have been locked up as soon as she got back on this soil, at least for assault. And she would have sung like a little bird. But they waiting too long. They've been out roaming around all this time. So they need to get tough on crime. And if the people is not going to do that, they need to be removed. And they need new people in these offices. And they better pray I wasn't in the office. Because I tell you what, you know, you don't want to know what I would have done. But I tell you what, crime would be going on like this. So, you know, I just wanted to, you know, share that with the folks tonight, you know, that's been calling in. And the lady before that, she spoke a lot of knowledge and a lot of truth. But I'm on the solution. You know, I know what happened. I read like she do. I know what happened to led us all the way up to this, and mothers protecting their sons so that their sons is not men. They still act like little boys. So when the other ladies don't treat them like their mama did, they want to kill them because they're not kissing their behind like their mama did. But all I got to say is I have nieces. If anybody decide that they want to take them out because of babies and all this, all I can say is I know where I be, but something to get done about it. I wouldn't sit here and wait on the law. I wouldn't sit here and wait on them to change the laws. I would just go on and take care of it. Because I've been hearing this for years, and I'm sick of it. And I don't know if the other women are sick of it, but I tell you what, the men so far in our family has not been doing these type of things. These other men, I'm talking about on the killing and everything, but let one of them lose their mind. That's all I got to say about it.
All right, I heard that. I'm glad you called in and weighed in on this. All right, I'm going to let you go. Now, you heard what that sister said. Lock them up. But this is what I got to say to that. Once a Republican, say for instance, we get Ron DeSantis as president, how would that look? I think he will start locking a lot of black people up. And this is how it's going to go. Y'all ready? A white person do the same crime a black person does. The white people is going to get freed out, and black men is going to get more time, and then black women is going to protest. It's not fair. This is race, and that's just how the thing is going to go, So you're still going to have the black community trying to get these brothers out of jail because they don't care that he actually did a crime. They only care is being compared to the white man, and the white man did the same crime and got away with it, so they want the black man to be able to get away with it too, which is stupid because the black man is murking your own people. But nevertheless, that's what I foresee going on. But let's continue on. Calling from 631. You're live on the air, 631.
Yes, I wanted to say, if everybody can get a pen or get to your phone, write a note. Look up dark triad in reference to what the brother was saying. And I hear you, brother, and I love my people, and I could tell you love your people, but the reality of the situation is it's not going to happen. That whole all love one and loving, we all get together and be as one, and all we need is love is going to work, and it's not going to happen. It's a beautiful dream, but that day has come and gone, and it's just not going to happen. There are a selective few, and you could tell those ones, but we are less than 0.1%, literally and figuratively, and I mean that humbly. Dark triad, that is psychopathy, sociopathic, and Machiavellianism. I wanted to say to the sister that just spoke, she was speaking all the truth. Thank you so much. And we have to be on a spiritual defense out here. It's no choice. This is where it's at. When the black woman and the black man cannot come together collectively and be together, it's time really for the whole world to blow the fuck up. Excuse my French language, what have you. I apologize. It's over. It's like the butterfly can't find the butterfly. The bees is disappearing. It's something wrong. And I'm not saying nothing against nobody loving who you love, because everybody has a right to love who they love. But it's like the way this is going, we're going to be extinct in a minute. And this whole, what the sister was saying about...
Hold on, extinct. It's a lot of motherfuckers out here in this world now, and they popping babies left and right.
I'm saying, you're right, but what I'm saying, they creating so many jails, and like you said with the DeSantis thing, yes, that is the plan. That's why they're building the jails, and they haven't spoke about this publicly, but they are creating blueprints for jails that are going to be underwater because it's not going to be enough land mass to put the jails all on the land. And they teaching them how to swim and everything. You'll hear about it in the future. But moving on, yes, they're locking them up and younger, and it's free labor. It's also all kind of like pharmaceutical companies like Eli Lilly. If, let's say, a nigga go to jail and he don't have nobody to send him no shrimp and crab meat and noodles, or, the delicacies of prison food, the pharmaceutical companies, that one particularly, will say, hey, we have a new, pharmaceutical drug, sign here. And if you grow titties and your head blow up or your foot get bigger than the other, then just sign this waiver here, but we'll send you a care package. You know how many people don't have nobody to look out for them? And like I said before in another show, you know, Blog Talk Radio that you had, I was saying how a lot of them leave, somebody come get them in the middle of the night, and then they come back and they can't even account where they've been. It's so deep with that prison system. They not just going in there and just doing time. It's more to it. Some of them come out and they got their mind right, and you know, some of them never talk about what they experienced. There's so many of them that go through post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's all kind of things they see, they hear. It's deep, and a lot of people, just regular people like you and me that haven't experienced that, you can't even imagine like how would it feel? What is it like day to day, minute to minute, second to second? And then after, some of them get the R word. You know, they're made to do things they're shamed about. They get out, they want to take it out on women. Some of them is already crazy, been crazy, you know, since middle school, been crazy, nuts. Nobody knows why. He just always had a temper problem, you know. And it was something beyond slavery, beyond eons ago, where it was a race that cohabitate. No, that's not the right word. Basically, they was having sex with humans, and they were archons. They was negative beings, and they say those roam the earth. Everything that got skin that's roaming the earth, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. And that's another thing. And people think based on religion or based on, well, no, it can't be like that. No, well, he looked like me. Well, she looked like me. Well, everything running loose out here, it ain't all what you think it is. Because you would think, how savage could a person be to kill a woman, cut the baby out, kill a woman, cut, you know, any woman, and not just a young, because people say, oh, it was a young woman. If it was an older woman, a murder is a murder. Any woman is bad. You know, any if it's a child, and it's a lot of child where the women have, this is what I want to say, and I'm going to tie it into that. The last caller said that the men don't value the women because the women make it so easy for the man. Okay, but watch this. And it's not in opposition to what she's saying. It's just that you have some women that make love to the man that they marry the day they meet. For whatever reason, it just go down. And they get married and stay together respectfully. That's just how it happens. You have some women who wait. I'm going to make him wait, you know, because I just want to make sure that he take me serious. And while she making him wait for all the months or years or 2 years or however long, he's screwing somebody else. Best believe that. So that's the other misconception, is that we have to do it this way, or if you do it that way, it don't matter no more. All those ways of thinking, now that is eliminated. It doesn't matter. It used to be, well, you know, I'm the mother of the child. You know, that should hold some weight. That don't even matter no more. Or, I have his first son. That don't matter. Well, I'm having twins. That don't matter. And some of these men get the women pregnant and then say, that ain't my baby. So it's like it's no respect all the way around. Or I've even heard of men that say, well, the woman ain't acting right, so, screw her and the baby. I'll go make another one. So it's no respect nowhere. And yes, I am in agreement with them being locked up, but I'm talking about a stiff prison sentence rather. But even if that were to go down, which would be great, when they come out, a lot of them have even said when they go in, if I don't stay in, I'm going to do the same thing when I get out. I don't know if y'all remember that story of the woman who met the black man on Plenty of Fish, and it's on YouTube. And she said he was so nice in the beginning, and it was all wonderful, and she thought he was her blessing. And then he switched up, and he almost killed her. She survived it, though. But when they arrested him, they said he had been doing that to a lot of women, killing a lot of women. And he said that if they don't put him in, this came out of his words now, out of his mouth, that he was going to continue to do that. It's so many of them like that they're going to keep on. So even if you do give them 5 to 10, when they come out, they're going to be on a vengeance so tough that it'll make what they did look like, like nothing. And so that if they go in there, they're selves. They go in and they come out worse and they wreak more havoc in society. Got us on these blog talk radios talking about it, processing it. All of this is trauma. It's trauma. And that's what it's supposed to do. We got to be on heightened alert. We got to warn the women, every woman. And this shouldn't even be like this, but this is how they created it. We collectively, Black people are savage people. Not all of us, but most. Women on down, and the children. Even the when it's so bad when the children is tough. Dang, they sizing you up. They plotting to rob you. They beating, they partaking in. Like Shanquilla, to the Queen, Shanquilla Robinson, Ashe to the Queen. Those were her friends. Then they go to college. See, that's whole narrative like, well, they was all ghetto and hood and thugs, and that's why it happened. Okay, but what about the ones that wasn't, that still do the same thing? Just like that one sister called and was like, the people in corporate America, they be even worse. The people in politics, that's why we can't get no laws changed, because the people in politics, they demons too. Nobody's speaking up. The vice president, nobody cares. But I can guarantee you one thing. If this what we talking about every week, every day was happening to white women, and it was Black men doing it, we wouldn't even be talking about this. It'd be grand opening, grand closing. Believe that. But as long as it's us, they just it's just on YouTube. It's, just another day per usual, nothing. So that's very scary. And yes, extinct in a second. I mean, we're everywhere globally, but I'm saying as far as these United States is concerned, the way they building up these prisons and the way they still they running these video games, the music, the shows, the food, the drugs and stuff. All these people, you don't eat the TikTok, how that affects the brain. All of it collectively, when the children become teenagers, they're going to become 20, 30, 40. You think their minds is warped. Now you ain't seen nothing yet. You think it's savage now? We haven't seen nothing yet. And we must be prepared, because it's going to get worse. This is just fluff, what we talking here. It's going to get way, way, way worse. And so we have to be aware, everybody, because they not playing. It's not a fair game no more, and it's no rules. It's no, well, if you do it like this, then it'll turn out like that. That shit is over with. So that's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you so much for calling and breaking that down. All right, we're going to let you go at the time. She spoke a lot of shit going on. She said that, Black people in America, I guess, it's going to be non-existent. And if that is the case, I don't think we will be here to see it. If that is the case, I think that will happen in other generations to come. But I doubt if you will live to see that. I doubt it. But to say more about that, hell, maybe they never wanted Black people to be in America anyway. They're just going to go off and do what they plans. Get them on up out of here. But Black people always be in Africa, in different parts of the world. So I don't think Black people will ever be erased from the world. America, I think maybe, what's a Black percentage is what, 13% now? Maybe it go down a little bit to 10%. I think the percentage might go down, and you may feel it that way. But let's go on to the next caller. Calling from 414. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Miss Gigi?
Uh-huh.
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm all right.
I've been just absorbing everything I've been saying, taking it in, because it's a lot going on, and I'm only 35. I have no kids. I'm not married, and I'm okay with that, because I've debated so many times on different occasions, is this a world I wanted my child to be born in. You can say how you would like your child to be or how you would raise your children and all these different things, but because I was raised in a single parent household, my mom had she had 3 children. I'm a twin. I have a twin brother. And like what people were saying, I said, it's kind of ironic. I'm waiting on the line, listening, and taking in everybody saying, but it's very true. I really didn't have. I had a twin brother and an older brother, 6 years difference with my older brother, but it was separated. So I had to learn to be very independent. All of us did, because my mom has no grandchildren. We all had to be very independent at a very young age. But at the same time, because my mom was a single parent, being completely honest, I didn't want to be nothing like her, because I didn't know what contributed to my life being the way it turned out. And what I mean by that is my father wasn't in the picture. He did have 2 other kids. They were older than me as well. They talked very highly of my father, and we talked very lowly of him. So I tried to put the pieces together. We didn't really get too many answers on either end because they considered it to be the past. But then as I started to see the survival mode of a single mother, I said, well, Janelle, do you want to be the same predicament as your mother? So when she had kids, I made sure I didn't. When she didn't go to college, I made sure I did. And the cycle continued. But then I noticed that things decided to alter. The child that she was like her favorite, she wasn't married to. But then the person she was married to, which was me and my twin brother, she couldn't stand. And she exercised her verbal threats and her physical type of emotions towards me and my twin a lot. But I didn't start to really see that side of my mom until later through the years. And human behavior is very, very intense. I want to say all communities, but since we're just being very blunt, inside the Black community, you've done so many different stories, but a couple days ago you did a story about a young girl who stole a lot of money, right? And when you look at her, yeah, you wouldn't expect that. I was listening to every word because when I clicked on that video, I was like, how was she able to steal that money? Come to find out, I worked for that same company. Somebody stole a lot of money from the company I was working with. But we live in 2 different states, 2 different area codes, 2 different sides of the East Coast, West Coast. I lived in the Midwest. And I said, I constantly questioned that company, why were they open? Saw it on your newscast. They questioned, why was that company open? I think they are contributing to the destruction of Black women. That was the first time in my life I've ever worked with 5 Black females at the same time unanimously. I'm all about moving forward with the pro-Black community, but at the same time, when you take a step back and you look at how you're being treated by your own kind, whether you want to say classism, whether you want to say colorism and add the extra isms behind it, you start to see a world and paint the picture a different way. And what I mean by that is the fact that I had a manager who hired someone who stole money. My manager, she accused everybody of stealing money, but she also was the one who was doing it. The day I quit, because when you had brought up earlier, should you be the one that everywhere you go, you are a representation of being Black. I felt that way since the first time I had a job, because I work in sales. So I was always a minority. And the way that you're treated in sales, how you have to develop that rapport, how you have to talk to a person, that don't just happen overnight, especially when you're talking to the opposite race or just even your own race. And I had a particular job once upon a time. I mean, I don't really have to say what it is, but it was a bridal company. And I noticed that a lot of women came in. They had to stop actually having Black women help me Now I may be black, but I'm a lighter tone because I'm black and Native American. But I'm 75% black and 25% Native American. I specify that because my mom is primarily more Native American than I am. But my skin tone reflects it. So when I worked at this place, it got brought up a lot, mostly by the customers, because the customers thought everything was racist, everything, including down to me helping them. They thought I only helped them because I was black. They asked me, how did I get this job? They told me that I was They told me that I was discrimination towards their signs, even when I wasn't. They decided to use every tactic to get a discount, even when I gave great customer service while they're twerking in our dresses for about an hour. And I'm telling them, you are in a store where everybody's watching this. What makes you do that? When did this start? Like, I'm sitting there looking at these women like, when did this start where you thought no matter where you went, you start twerking in a dress? You start twerking on the spot. This didn't start out of nowhere. When I was younger, okay, drill team in school, it was something to do. It was like it was an extracurricular sport. People like to go to clubs. Everybody got their places that they like to. I know I'm a little bit all over the place, but it's going somewhere, Gigi. MissGiGi, I apologize. But a lot of places, people won't change because they don't see what the problem is. Because whatever's trendy, they'll go along with it. And unfortunately, these young women, as I stared at that screen and I'm thinking about all the young women that I know who popped up pregnant when I was younger. Because I live in a city that when you popped up pregnant, you got a check when it came down to taxes, and you got to get out of school early when we were 16 years old. So that's what inspired every one of my classmates, every one in my city. And it literally just, I had to go back and reflect on that because I came down with a condition, and my doctor told me, when you get pregnant, ask me first. And I said, I'm only 16, 17 because I have epilepsy now. And I said, why would I do that? I said, I'm too young to have kids. And he was shocked by that comment, but he was like, thank you for admitting that. I said, well, that's the truth. And I started to notice that everywhere I went after that point, I had to make a difference on how I was being viewed. And I don't think it comes down to, oh, well, don't worry about how people look at you. No, it's deeper than that. It's deeper than that because when you are black, any color, Native, it doesn't matter. If you are a person of any skin tone, people are watching. No matter what. We are being watched continuously. If black women are being killed with babies or embryos or fetuses inside of them, that's past a new low. That's sad. And then the baby daddies are nowhere to be found. This may be a continuous cycle, but the fact that it started where it was like, I'm going to start right here, or I'm going to feel this way, or this is going to be, you know what, I don't care. Because I've heard it countless times whenever I've talked to a dude and they tell me, oh, my baby mommy be tripping. And how old is your baby? 1. Well, what you do? I know she ain't do this by herself. And then next thing you know, they get on block. I've been told I'm stuck up because I don't like to talk to dudes with kids. I've been told that I think I know too much because I went to college. I've been told I'm the geeky girl because I went to school for graphic design. Or I've been told but people don't think about people with disabilities because we actually have a harder dating life. But it's made me the type of person where I decided to step back because you start to see the world a little bit different. You start to move a little bit different. Your diet starts to be a little bit different. The things you start to see be a little bit different. You start to realize your friends ain't as close as they used to be. You start to realize the dudes that you bumped into, oh, I remember how we ended. Let's move past that. But people start to calculate how you move in this world, but it's only up to you for you to add it up and subtract. And I had to learn that very early in life. And so when I see these young girls, I think to myself, Why didn't you use Plan B? Why didn't you knew he was coming? You knew he was actually entering inside of you. What made you tell him it was okay? Why didn't you? What made you want to make him feel good and degrade yourself? That not even so. I don't want to use the word degrade because it's like it's a different kind of. But it's like in essence, if you are allowing somebody to do something that deep in your heart, you know you shouldn't do it, because it's been nice where some girls have thought about it. Maybe they shouldn't have done it unless they just don't give a damn. I mean, every relationship is different. Excuse my language. But this generation, because I know that the older generation, but after 2020, I know that everything has changed. Customer service has changed. How people treat each other has changed. So I know we can unite. I've saw it before. Like I said, I live in a city where when the cops wasn't there and these 3 kids were raped and taken by a white man, it was the city of, because I live in Milwaukee, it was the city of Milwaukee, parts of it deep in the hood, let's just say the more urban hood areas. They walked the streets and found those kids and wanted to burn that man's house down because he was a white man. But it was the cops who protected this rapist, this molester. So it's like, who do you trust? And it took them hours to find those kids. But they didn't stop it. So it's like, there's ways to fix solutions, but there's also, it depends on who wants to, it's like what they say, what selective outrage is, it's the same thing. It's just the fact on what decisions people really want to make or how they view it. So how you raise can be one thing, because yes, I know plenty of people with double parents but grew up and became strippers. They didn't do the statistic where people say, oh, I did it for college. No, they just wanted to try it out. They done plenty of things. But it's like human behavior, that needs to be something that needs to be studied down to a science. And if we learn to start over, I don't care who it is, maybe we can walk a little bit not held high or however you want to view it, because I do live in a city where you have to pay attention everywhere you go. It don't matter where you are. You can be in the suburbs, you can be anywhere, because it's very segregated. People stare at you, and when you address it, they feel some kind of way. But you still process life and you can move past it. So it's like you can still enjoy a life, but at the same time, how you move further in life, it's like a personal decision. That's why I just move accordingly to where I need to be right now before I can actually help another person on the other outside. That's why the things that people are saying is different perspectives, but they all come down to this other type of thing, like how do we do it? How do we do it? Do we help them? Do we put them in jail? Do we do? It's so many other factors before we even get to that part, because I've become more friends with strangers than I have become friends with my own family, with my own best friends, anybody. But then at the same token, I just take it for what it's worth and I just process it and move on. And yet I'm still a happy, joyful, beautiful, worthy individual. Still, and my condition has yet me to be very humbled because I'm still able to live another day, God willing. So it just depends on how we feel about life and how to process it if we do want to be better.
Well, you said a mouthful, girl. You sure said it, and they sure was listening. I just want to thank you for calling in and giving your word, and at this time, we'll let you go. What y'all say? Well, unsub back. You know how YouTube do us dirty. And I want to know, tomorrow, do you guys want me to start back doing celebrity gossip on this channel? Press 2 if you want me to start back doing celebrity gossip on this channel. I kind of took a break. Let me do a poll. More celebrity gossip. More celeb gossip. Okay, yes or no? How about this? Long Damn. Long live celeb gossip. Long live celeb gossip. Damn, I sound slow. Short uploads of celeb gossip. Uh-huh. Okay. Please vote. Please vote. So tomorrow I may be rocking and rolling and I may hit y'all with some celeb gossip. Okay, and I'm undecided. Should I do long lives of celeb gossip like I used to do? You know, just have a lot of celeb gossip in a long live, or should I just do short uploads of celeb gossip? Okay, calling from 631. You're live on the air, 631.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in real quick. I was looking through the comments, and somehow, some way, it got misconstrued that I said black people are born savages. I never said that. What I said was, I love my people, and we are a beautiful people. What I've said was, collectively, the people that we are talking about have gone savage. So I said, we have gone savage collectively, the ones that applies to. Not we are born savage, we've savage people. No. They created that when they stole us from Africa. They created stuff. Y'all should watch a documentary called Goodbye Uncle Tom, and you could make Roots look like the Mickey Mouse Club. You could see what really happened to us. The real way, how they created all of this. It's called Goodbye Uncle Tom. Check it out. It's free on YouTube. It was created, I think, in like 1970 something. Watch it, and then you'll see what they did, how they did it from the slave ship on down. I never said we're born savages. That's stupid. That's all I want to say.
All right, I'm glad you cleared that up. I'm glad you cleared it up. Okay, we're gonna let you go. All right, so we don't have any phone lines. So tomorrow,
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
tomorrow, please look forward. I will be doing a long live on celebrity gossip. I'm just gonna get a whole bunch of celebrity gossip, and I'm gonna be going live about it tomorrow. And I'm expecting y'all to call in. I don't want to be the only one gossiping. I don't like gossiping by myself. All right, so at this time, I'm going to let you guys go. I just want to thank everybody who donated. I thank everybody who liked this video, shared this video. Please subscribe to this channel. Thank you all moderators for helping and to keep the gates closed. And at this time, I love y'all, and I'm going to let you go. Come on, DJ. DJ.